Hey, good evening. I'd like to call, let me see, 1 second. Okay, I'd like to call to order the July 2nd, 2024 council meeting. And if you'll join me for the Pledge of Allegiance, that would be great.
The flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. Before we begin, we would like to acknowledge the Ohlone people, who are the traditional custodians of this land. We pay our respects to the Ohlone elders, past, present, and future, who call this place Ohlone land, the land that Pinole sits upon, their home. We are proud to continue their tradition of coming together and growing as a community. We thank the Ohlone community for their stewardship and support and look forward to strengthening our ties as we continue our relationship of mutual respect and understanding. Next, can we have roll call, city clerk's report, and statement of conflict?
Good evening, Mayor Toms.
Here.
Vice Mayor Sasai.
Here.
Councilmember Tague.
Here.
Councilmember Martinez Rubin.
Here.
Councilmember Murphy.
Here.
Interim City Manager Gang.
Here.
City Attorney Casher.
Here.
Mayor and Council, the agenda was posted on Thursday, June 27th at 3:30 p.m. with all legally required notices. Written comments were received in advance of the meeting, distributed to Council and staff, posted to the website, and are available to view in the back of the chambers. Does the Council have any conflicts to report on our agenda item, any agenda items? Seeing none, that concludes my report. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, we have no closed session this evening, so we're going to jump down to item number 6, citizens to be heard, and this is the time for citizens to speak under any item that's not listed on the agenda. Do we have any speaker cards?
No, Mayor, no speaker cards.
Okay, we'll keep moving along. We have no recognitions, presentations, community events. I'll just start with reports and communications. I just have a very brief report that I have been on updates with the Emergency Operations Center, and the existing extreme heat warning will now be extended through next Tuesday. The red flag warning will be extended through Friday morning, and this is a very dangerous situation with gusty winds over 30 miles per hour, humidity below 15%, and of course illegal fireworks. So we just need to stay vigilant. And that's the end of my report. Any other reports? Looking to my left. Okay. We will move on to council requests for future agenda items. Are there any? Yes, go ahead.
Thank you, Mayor. The first one is a letter of support for AB 2583 Berman, which would lower speeds in school zones and set clear timeframes for when those speed limits are in place.
Speed limits. Is there a second on that?
I have a question related to that. Lower the speed limits from what to what? They currently are lower, are they not?
My understanding, they are lower than other zones, but it would reduce it from 25 to 20. And also, currently the speed limits are in place when children are present, so it would have clear language about what times that would be.
I'll second, Mayor, for the future agenda item.
Okay. All those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? And I would also note, just ask the question, are any of our council members on Cal City's Transportation
I am.
Committee? Do you know if that's been
We'll
discussed?
Yeah, but we should discuss it at the agenda item.
Okay, great, thank you. Any other items for future?
Thank you. I have two more, Mayor.
Okay.
So the second one is a letter of support for AB 1955 Ward, which would prohibit forced outing policies in public schools.
1955?
Yes.
Okay, I'll second that.
Pardon, I missed the enunciation on that last. Could you please
It's,
repeat?
1955 would prohibit forced outing policies.
Again,
Forced outing policies in public schools.
forced outing policies, meaning,
I'll second.
Yeah.
could you please, what does that mean?
Policies to inform parents that their students are transgender or gender nonconforming.
Thank you.
Okay, all those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Okay, and then
And the last, yes, sorry. The last one is a future agenda item to revisit and potentially amend the city municipal code to update restrictions on smoking in multi-unit dwellings.
A second.
Have you discussed, I'm just wondering if you've discussed that with the city attorney at all?
Yes.
Okay, and it does require amending?
Through the chair, so currently the municipal code, chapter 9.28, places restrictions on smoking in multi-unit dwellings. As it applies to apartments, for example, there's a requirement that you can't smoke in your unit, but you can smoke in a common area. And my understanding is that those common areas, depending on the apartment building, it could be located close to, apartment units, and so there might be the need to, or there's an interest in discussing the location of those common areas to make sure that they're not kind of too close in proximity to the actual units, is my understanding.
Thank you. And it's to benefit particularly sensitive groups, such as seniors who may be sensitive to smoke inhalation.
Yeah, I think my only question is, is there existing language that would keep a distance from air intakes or anything like that?
I don't know off the top of my head. I do know
Alright.
that there are some restrictions around, smoking within a unit,
Okay.
but we'd have to discuss. and,
Okay.
yeah.
All right, well, was there a second on that?
I did second.
Okay. Any other discussion?
No, discussion will happen then.
All
Yes.
those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Okay. My line of questioning is just that need to be really sensitive about our budget and the work that we have the city attorney working on, so I just want to be sensitive to that. Okay, any other future agenda items? Okay, seeing none, city manager department report.
I'll be brief. Just one, well, actually two, I'm sorry. Just a reminder to the community about the 4th of July celebration that starts at 6:30 on Thursday at the high school. We encourage everybody to come out. There'll be live music, food vendors, children's activities, and also a community parade. So we look forward for that event and invite our community to come and join us celebrate the 4th of July together. And then the other one was our police chief selection process has initiated. We sent out a survey last week to the community to get the input from the community to find out what you're looking for, what attributes the city is looking for in their next police chief. That will be sent out again tomorrow. The link was sent out through the Pulse and also our social media platforms. But if anybody needs that link at all, reach out to Fiona Epps and she can send that out again to you. But it will be sent out again tomorrow through our social media platforms. And that concludes my report.
Okay, thank you. Is there a city attorney report?
Nothing to report. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. All right, we'll move on to the consent calendar. We have items 9A through 9D. Are there any questions, anything to pull, or
It-
motion?
Yes, Mayor, I'd like to pull item 9B, please.
Okay. Any others?
Yes, item 9A for a separate vote. Thank you.
Okay. All right, let's go to 9B.
Okay, with regard to 9B, I hope Director Whalen is here and/or Mr., there are questions related to some of the language that appears on the ordinance. I'll start with the easier, as we're trying to find them, I'll start with the easier request, and that's, let me get down to the language of the item. So my questions have to do with sections 8.38.050 of the proposed ordinance and also section 8.38.150 of the proposed ordinance. And I will scroll to that as quickly as I can without missing it. But 8.38.050 references take out third-party takeout delivery services. And my question to Director Whalen was if she could help us understand how we would go about implementing that. My interpretation, just at a glance when I read it, had me thinking about delivery services rather than the eatery itself as the one responsible to have the single-use plastic or packaging. And so when I went the route, and I may be wrong, when I went the route of thinking about the third-party delivery services, I wonder to what extent the city would have the capability of implementing if the eatery itself was not providing food to take out in the packaging per the standards. So that's my question related to that.
Hi there, Councilmember Martinez Rubin. Can you hear me?
Yes, I'm trying to find you too, if I can have a visual, but if not, we can hear you. Thank you.
Just audio today. Apologies for that. Good evening, council members. Lily Whalen, your Community Development Director. So thank you for the question. So the ordinance does put responsibility also on any third-party delivery vendors who are taking food from a restaurant to someone's home if they are not complying with the ordinance. In today's model of kind of, DoorDash, et cetera, companies, they typically are not providing the takeout foodware. And so it is the business that's packaging it up and having it ready for the third party to come and pick it up. The ordinance leaves the ability for the city to enforce on a third party delivery company if the model changes and they are, for example, providing their own bags and bagging up the food at a restaurant and then taking it to someone's home, then there is the ability of the city to enforce the ordinance upon that third-party delivery company. Does that answer your question?
Yes, it does. Thank you. Okay, moving on to section 8.38150, where the header reads, City of Pinole purchases prohibited. It's just one line in the ordinance. The city or city facility users shall not purchase any disposable foodware that does not comply with standards, and it continues. So I'm thinking about the intent of the ordinance being that city or city facility users not use disposable foodware that does not comply rather than purchase it. And the example that I'll give you is this. Let's say I wanted to rent Fernandez Park and I wanted to have a party. And I go to my local big box store to buy in quantity whatever items I need to serve the food that I'm going to serve. Well, I can purchase it. What would the city have to do with my purchase? As long as I don't use it at the facility, which I think is what we want to have happen, then the city would have something to say about that. But my suggested revision in this section of the ordinance is to revise so that it reads, shall not use disposable foodware that does not comply with disposable foodware standards. Would that be doable, given the intent of the ordinance?
I think so, Councilmember. If you could just direct me once more to the particular section.
Yes.
I have it pulled up.
Thank you. Yes, 8.38.150. 8.38.150, City of Pinole, purchases prohibited.
And the change again would be the city or city facility users shall not
Use disposable foodware that does not comply with disposable foodware standards, et cetera. With the emphasis,
yes, I think that makes sense.
Emphasis on use rather than purchase.
Yep, I think that makes sense.
Thank you.
And then it complies also, or it matches also the second part of that, which is nor shall any city-sponsored event utilize non-compliant disposable foodware. So I think that was the intent. Good catch.
Yes, and I'll leave it up to you to modify the header in that section if necessary, since the word purchase is now being deleted. Thank you. That was it for me.
Okay, any other comments? Is there a motion? Or actually any public comment
There is no public comment.
Okay. And we have a request for item 9A to be taken separately.
Mayor, I'll move for the approval of items 9B, C, and D.
Okay. Is there a second?
Calendar.
I'll second.
Okay. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, that motion passes 5-0. Is there a motion for 9A? I'll move 9A. Is there a second?
I'm sorry, the motion is moved to approve?
Move to approve 9A.
Yes, I'll second.
Okay, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
No.
And that motion passes 4-1. Okay, next item on the agenda is a public hearing, and this is the first reading of the electric vehicle charging station ordinance. Action is to conduct the first read and public hearing, and we have our city attorney and city engineer.
Okay, thank you, Mayor, Vice Mayor, Council Member, and public. I would like to pull the PowerPoint presentation, the J drive. Dave, can you just pull it up? Yes, thank you. Just go to the second slide. Thank you. So this particular chapter was actually added to Pinole Municipal Code, the 10.80 for EV charging stations to establish the restrictions of city-owned electric vehicle parking spaces and also establish a schedule of rate for the charging station and also authorize the city manager to adjust the rates to recover the city's costs. Because of substantive changes to the earlier details of this chapter, we are bringing it as a second, as a first read of this item again, and the changes were up to the for the fees and also the time of use time frame, and also the overstay fee of $1 per minute up to 30 minutes and charged charged after the 4 hours 15 minutes of the charging every day as set forth as set forth in the city's master fee schedule. So these are the changes that has happened, but we are bringing it as a first read for the council to review and adopt the ordinance. This was already been discussed at the Municipal Code Subcommittee, and this is what is going to go in the Municipal Code once it is adopted. Thank you.
Okay, any questions? Yes, go ahead.
Thank you. Was there a reason why we don't have the definitions of the different types of fees in the ordinance language? It's helpful for someone who didn't have the benefit of hearing the discussion when first read and or is going to reference the document, our municipal code in the future. Could we have that happen? The definitions, use a baseline fee, auxiliary fee, or there are different user, I think they're up there.
Time of use energy fee.
Yes.
Yeah, I believe we could add that, or we could add that to our master fee schedule, because if those terms changes later, so we can actually change the master fee schedule itself. So either way we can do that.
Okay, thank you. Wherever it would work best for general public to refer to, so that they know the basis for why cumulatively they're going to be ending up paying a certain fee or charged on an app. Is that correct?
That's correct. It's going through the app, yes.
Thank you.
Any other questions?
No public comments.
Public hearing and bring it back.
Mayor, I think your mic is maybe off, yeah.
Thank you. Any public comments?
No public
No
comments.
public comments. Okay, we will close the public hearing and bring it back for consideration. Is there a motion?
I'll move to well, I guess we waiving the first reading of the
Yeah.
electric vehicle charging
Yes.
station ordinance. I'll move approval.
Okay, is there?
Second.
And second, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Any abstentions? That motion passes 5-0. Okay, we will move on to item 10B. This is the fiscal year 2023-2024 utility users tax review. And the action is to adopt a resolution per staff recommendation. And there she is, our finance director, Markeisha Guillory.
Good evening, Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem, members of the council, and members of the public. I will be providing the annual review of the utility users tax for the fiscal year 2023-24. Next slide. And just to give a bit of background on this item, the city or voters of the city of Pinole voted the utility users tax as an 8% levy on the value of public consumption of energy, which includes electricity and gas, as well as telecommunications. That went into effect initially in 1998. It was extended in 2004, 2012, and extended indefinitely with no sunset date in 2018. The utility users tax is the fourth largest general fund revenue source, and it actually represents 9% of total general fund revenues. So it is a large source of revenue for the city to fund general municipal services. The Pinole Municipal Code requires that an annual review of the UUT is conducted through a public hearing, and that is the purpose of this item tonight. It also sets the income limits for low-income households that are eligible for certain exemptions of the UUT tax, and that is based on the Pacific Gas and Electricity, or PG&E, CARE program. We'll talk a little bit more about that in just a few slides. Next slide. So the municipal code requires that the annual review of the UUT is done during the budget process. Typically, it's done in June. We provide a summary of the amounts realized for the previous fiscal year, in this case, which would be 2023-24. And then we also recommend that the city council approve a resolution to adopt the household income levels for the UUT exemptions. Next slide. So here's a summary of total UUT collections over the last 10 fiscal years, and we also included an estimate of the actual collections for the fiscal year 2023-24. And I'll go into a little bit more detail on the various segments in the next couple of slides. Next slide. So looking at the gas and electricity segment of the UUT, this is where the majority of UUT revenue is generated from. We see that for the fiscal year 2022-23, collections were up 14% from the previous year. For the fiscal year 2023-24, we're looking at or estimating a 5% increase over the prior fiscal years. So we're continuing to see significant increases going forward and looking even at the last 10 fiscal years, and this is mostly based on the rates set by PG&E. Overall, gas and electricity collections make up about 90% of the total UUT collections. Next slide. And then the smaller segment is the telecommunications. So this covers cell phones, or imposed on cell phones, and also imposed on long distance service on landlines. We continue to see decreases over the last 10 fiscal years, and that is mostly because many customers have moved away from traditional cell phone service, including internet phone, or also known as VoIP. And so the UUT cannot be applied to those or that type of phone service at this time. So looking at the two previous fiscal years, we're looking at an 8% decrease from fiscal year 2022-23 to fiscal year 2023-24, and we continue to see those decreases going forward. And overall, telecommunications generate about 10% of UUT collections. Next slide. So as I mentioned, there's also UUT exemptions for low-income households. And this is based on the California Alternative Rates for Energy, or what is known as the CARE program. This is administered by PG&E on the city's behalf. They do the certification, they determine eligibility based on those income limits that are included in the resolution. The eligibility is verified by PG&E. It is renewed every 2 years. Customers must supply qualifying proof of income, and that includes IRS tax returns. And eligibility is based on the total income of all members living in the home. The same income guidelines are also used for the UUT telecommunications exemption. Next slide. So for the upcoming fiscal year, so this will be effective July 1st, 2024, this is a summary of the income exemption thresholds that are set by PG&E, and staff is recommending that the City Council adopt a resolution to approve these income limits. And that concludes my presentation.
Thank you for that report. Are there any questions?
Question for you.
Yes, go ahead.
Thank you. I imagine the answer is yes, but please confirm. Is there a section on our city website that describes the UUT and exemption process?
Yes, there is, and it's a web page that's under the finance department section of the website.
Okay. Okay. I imagine someone deemed that to be the ideal place that someone would consider going to try to reduce their bills, if at all eligible. I'm thinking of member of the general public that might want to be exempt with the telecommunications portion, since that is what our city administers. Yes.
Yes, and the applications are there for the exemptions.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you. Any other questions? Seeing none, I'll open it up to public. Are there any public comments on this section?
There are no public comments.
Okay. We will bring it back to the council, and the recommendation is to conduct the fiscal year 23-24 annual review of the UUT and adopt a resolution modifying the household income eligibility thresholds for exemptions for the UUT for fiscal year 24-25.
So moved. Second.
Okay, we have moved and a second. All those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, thank you. And we are moving along. Okay, we have no old business, no new business. Are there any citizens to be heard on, for the second public hearing, or public comment period? I see Raphael Menace online.
Yes, we have Raphael Menace online.
Can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead.
Great. So, hello, everyone. My name is Raphael Menace. I am a resident of Pinole, greeting to council, staff, and members of the public. So I'm just trying to pull up the relevant data because the websites I usually use appear to be down at the moment. Let's see. Data tracker, there we go. Apologies, I've been working and just got to a point where I can actually access Zoom. Ordinarily, I'm a bit better prepared at this. Let's see. Hospitalization data. When and as the system is willing to actually load it. Okay, so for whatever reason, it's saying that the hospitalization data is not available. So I'm afraid I can't report back on that. But for the trends in wastewater, I can get that data. It seems to be leveling off slightly in some points, but continuing to increase in others. So I would encourage continuing to use precautions in high-risk areas like, large indoor gatherings, grocery stores. And secondarily, I'd like to wish everybody a happy 4th of July and remind everyone that the city has a ban on fireworks. And given that we're experiencing exceptionally high heat and red flag fire warnings, that lighting off fireworks this year is an even worse idea than it typically would be. So please don't do that. Just come to the city's fireworks, or rather drone show, this Thursday at Pinole Valley High School. Thank you.
We also have a telephone caller, last four numbers 5748.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead.
Yes, my name is Anthony Offspring, and a couple of these items were brought up in the past, but I never got an answer from the planning department manager, Hanum, or Mr. Director Mishra, or anybody from the mayor or city council as to what is the big project going on outside of the left field, center field fence at Fernandez Park. Me and some other community members asked 2 or 3 people 2 or 3 times, and no one gave us a straight answer. I thought you're supposed to be transparent and have open lines of communication with the city. But in the last planning commission meeting, both Mr. Hanum and Mr. Mishra said they had no clue what was going on. That was their job to know. You have several truckloads of dirt piled up 10, 20 feet tall between the left field and right field, left field and center field fencing along Fernandez Park, that corridor there. You have 3 or 4 drain pipes in there. You have trucks going in and out of there. You got signage on the sidewalk and street. Is that part of a sewage plant issue or a sewage system? I mean, that's big money there, yet the city has no clue to clue in the general public as to what's happening out there. Mr. Mishra thought it, and along with the 1 or 2 big trees that were being cut down initially a few weeks ago in that same lot to clear way for big dumpster trucks to go in there with diggings and soil from some other area, I don't know, maybe down the road on Tennant or what have you. But both of the top 2 directors in the city of Pinole, who we paid the big bucks to, didn't have a straight answer and couldn't get back to anybody.
Sir, you have 45
within
seconds.
24 to 48 hours with regard to that. And as far as the, so we'd like a staff answer to that, as well as why it was not brought up or covered up. And then why hasn't the mayor or anybody or the police chief / acting mayor, city manager mentioned anything about public accessibility to the 4th of July drone show? Where are we going to all park? You know, there's not a lot of parking in that neighborhood. Is the high school going to open up the park? Is the church going to open up free parking there down the street? The library lot is very small. Is that corner lot going to be unroped and open on the...
Okay, thank you. I'm going to turn over the question about work maybe in the railroad right-of-way.
Yeah, that is actually not work at the railroad right of way. The pile of dirt that is right adjacent to the Fernandez Park, that is actually our Spin-on 1 Phase 1 sewer project that we just completed. It's a little minor work is balanced, but we just completed, and the contractor is will be in the process of closing out that project. Those are from our just completed, first phase of the Pinole 1 project.
Okay, thank you. And then as far as the question about parking for the event, there will be parking at the high school, at the church, and I believe you could park at the library since they're going to be closed at the time. And we would encourage people, if they live in the neighborhood, they can also walk to the event. Okay, with that, before we go any further and adjourn the meeting, there will be a workshop. It's a workshop on the sewer fees that will commence at 7 p.m. The Zoom link for that meeting will be the same one that is for this meeting. It will just continue. So I would encourage people to attend, either come down City Hall, it's nice and cool. The air conditioning is working here, so come on down, or join by Zoom to have your questions answered regarding the proposed sewer fee increase. Yes?
Attorney.
Through the chair, if I may, and I hate to prolong the meeting, but I did want to just mention, if we can reopen, we approved on the consent calendar item 9D, and this was the appointment of the new city
yes.
manager, and because it involves executive compensation, we do need to read into the record, make an oral statement about the compensation that the incoming city manager will be receiving. So if we can just prolong the meeting just to reopen item 9D, and I'm happy to read a statement that we can.
Please do.
Okay, so pursuant to Government Code Section 54953C3, Agenda Item 9D is a recommendation to appoint Kelsey Young as the city manager in accordance with the employment agreement effective August 26th of 2024, with a starting salary of $265,000 per year. This item has no fiscal impact to the general fund, as the position's pay and benefits have already been incorporated into the fiscal year 2024-25 budget. And that concludes the statement. And now, if the council may revote on item 9D, that would be wonderful.
Okay.
Motion to approve.
And I'll second. All those in favor, say aye.
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 Any opposed? Well, that is good news. 9D is approved. Okay, with that, again, people are welcome to come down or call in on the Zoom link, the same Zoom link that's on the council, for the council meeting, for the workshop. And with that, I will adjourn the meeting in memory of Amber Schwartz, and we will be adjourning to the regular city council meeting of July 16th. Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Sanjay Mishra. I'm the Public Works Director. We're going to do the sewer rate study workshop here today as requested by council and the residents. We have here with us Chris from our Wildan Financial Services, who will be joining us online and will go through with us the presentation what we actually given to the council previously, and we will rerun that presentation to provide the background and the basis of the sewer rate study and how this draft sewer rate was prepared. Chris?
Hi, can you hear me okay, Sanjay?
Yes, we can hear you. Thank you.
Right.
So, would you like to share your screen, or do you want me to put the slides up?
I will share it. So hopefully you can see the title slide there.
Yes, please.
All right. Well, good evening, Sanjay. Good evening, members of the council and members of the public who are here. I'm Chris Fisher with Wildan Financial Services, along with my colleague, Michael Cronin. We've been working with Sanjay and other staff at the city over the past 7 or 8 months or so on this sewer rate study. The presentation, the substance and the material in the presentation here is the same as the presentation that I gave back at the end of May, or in the middle of May. So no new information here. It's just to summarize it again for those who weren't able to be there and are here tonight. So starting out the process, we identified a list of objectives that we wanted to achieve with this rate study, and consistent with any rate study is led by the development of a 5-year financial plan and model. And the purpose of that model is to assess the condition of the utility and its ability to fund current and future operations and capital projects, to make sure that if there is any debt, that it's repaid in a timely manner, and that sufficient coverage is maintained to comply with any debt covenants. We want to ensure that adequate reserves are maintained for the utility to have in the event of operating needs or capital needs, unforeseen events. We want to make sure that any rates that are recommended are compliant with Proposition 218, which means that they must be based on the cost of service, and that those rates, the revenue generated by those rates, cannot be used for any other purpose and cannot exceed the cost of that service. Some of the key factors that, as we set out in initial discussions and that we identified at the beginning that really kind of influenced the results. One, as with most other costs that folks experience these days in daily life, the costs of operating a sewer utility have increased over time. The operating costs for things like equipment, supplies, power, treatment, things like that, as well as personnel costs. The need to maintain debt service coverage, to maintain compliance with debt covenants. And I'll explain each of these in a little bit more detail as we go forward. Probably most significantly, the ability to fund ongoing sewer capital projects to ensure that the city is able to continue providing adequate uninterrupted service to residents and customers, to make sure that the city can fund its fair share of operating and capital costs associated with the joint plant with the City of Hercules. And finally, the last increase was enacted about 2 years ago. So actually almost 2 years ago now. And so whenever a period of time goes by without any rate increases, there's often a need to catch up a little bit, because while costs have continued to go up during that 2-year period, the rates did not. So let's talk a little bit about the methodology. We began the process by looking at historical customer data, system data, and customer usage patterns and sewer discharge patterns, things like that, so that we can figure out what is the revenue that can be generated under the existing rate structure. So without any change to rates, how much revenue could the utility have for its purposes? And then the second part of the process is kind of summarized in the green boxes at the bottom, and that's identifying the cost of all of the operating and maintenance needs for the utility. So those costs are made up of operating and maintenance costs, debt service costs, repayment of debt, cost of capital projects, and maintaining liquidity, which means maintaining reserve funds for unexpected events. So to the degree there was a difference, meaning that the total required revenue to operate the utility exceeded the revenue that can be generated with the existing rates, the current rates, without any changes, we proceeded to make a recommendation to adjust those rates so that the revenue that's generated then is enough to cover the costs. So this is what the initial assessment kind of looked like. You see there's three kind of sections to this graphic. The top section shows revenues compared to expenditures. And so you see in each of the 5 years, those blue bars representing revenues and the light blue bars representing expenditures, and then a solid black line representing the net result. So you see the first 3 years, the revenues are above expenditures, not by much, but just slightly above expenditures. And this is for operating. This excludes capital costs. And then in the final 2 years, you see the expenditures start to exceed the revenues, and the net result line goes down below zero, meaning the sewer utility is starting to operate at a deficit. In the bottom left, you see the number of days in operating reserve, operating and maintenance reserve. There's typically an objective, and it's represented by that solid black line, to maintain at least 180 days of operating cost in reserve. So meaning that you could fund 180 days of operating the utility with the money in reserve. So you see by year 3, without any changes, we're right at that goal. And then by year 4, we've exhausted the reserve, and year 5, then the fund is in further into deficit. And then on the bottom right, you see the debt service coverage indicator. So what debt service coverage is when the city commits to borrow money and repay that debt. They also make a promise to maintain at least $1.25 of net operating results for every dollar of debt that they have to pay. So meaning when you subtract expenditures from the revenues, you need to have $1.25 for every dollar of debt that you have to repay. And that's represented by that solid black line. The city has a policy objective of trying to achieve and maintain at least $1.50 or 1.5 times. And that's represented by the green line. And that's done just to improve the overall health of the utility, makes as far as a credit evaluation in the event of any future borrowings, it makes the city look more favorable in the eyes of the financial markets. And so that's the policy objective, is that green line. So you see we start out above the minimum line, which is 1.25. We dip below that in 2026. And then in 2027, where we had a little bit more operating revenue above expenditures up above, you see we get back up above the line. But then by years 4 and 5, we're down below even the minimum line and not anywhere close to the policy objective. And so that's, again, this is what the status quo results look like without any changes to the rates. I mentioned on the kind of the contributing factor slide that capital projects were a significant part of the story here. And you see this is a 5-year snapshot of capital projects over the projection period. We built these projections over a 5-year period. So you see upcoming in fiscal 2025, about 8.8 million in projects, 3.7 million the following year, and then back up to almost 7.5 million in 2027, and then almost 5 million in 2028 and 2.8 million in 2029. And then once we go out beyond 2029, there's an additional almost 41 million in capital projects that have been identified in planning efforts and master plans that need to be funded in years 2030 through 2035. So this slide is a picture of some of those projects, and the figures are in millions here. And you see the big sanitary sewer rehabilitation project, a sewer pump station rehabilitation project, sewer trunk capacity project, and some pipeline replacements. And so you see those totals at the bottom are the same as those totals we looked at on the previous slide. And these are just kind of identifying specifically what some of those projects are. So, based on that status quo look, not generating enough revenue in the last couple of years just to cover operating costs, and then not having enough funding to pay for capital projects or maintain debt service coverage, we did recommend adjusting the rates. And so I'm going to go through quickly what the 5-year plan of rates looks like, what the effect of those rates are on the annual bill over the 5-year period, quick comparison with some of the neighboring utilities, the annual rates, and then what the financial metrics, we're going to revisit those and what they look like after the changes, the recommended changes, and what the 5-year revenue adjustments would look like with and without the inclusion of the capital projects and costs related to that. So the table here shows the existing rates. You see the description of the various components of the rates, and the far left column, the residential rates, the non-residential meter charges, and then the volumetric rates for non-residential customers. The first column with the rates is the existing rates, And then beginning in 2025, and then each of the next 4 years thereafter, you see the proposed rates. And so single-family customers currently pay $883 a year. That's an annual rate that's placed on the Contra Costa County tax bill and is part of the tax bill paid by homeowners and property owners. The first year's rate goes up to $1,041, so about $160. And then you see the rates as they go up from there. The meter charges or the fixed charges for non-residential customers go from starting at a 5/8 inch meter from $202 to $495. And again, that's just the one-time charge. The fixed charge that's charged once a year, and then the volumetric rates below. Single and multifamily customers do not pay a volumetric charge. Those are only for non-residential customers, and you see the rate there going from $7.09 up to $8.33 in the first year. So this is what the bill looks like. Again, you see the difference as well as so you're starting on the far left, you see the existing bill at $883, and then the proposed bill in the first year goes up about $157. And then the increases for each year thereafter. Again, these are the annual charge, the one-time charge appearing on the tax bill for a typical single-family residential property. This is how the bills compare to some of the neighboring utilities that we looked at. You see a range of utilities starting with Alameda over at the far left and Larkspur and San Francisco PUC on the far right. So Pinole, both existing and with the changes, is pretty much right in the middle. And the solid black line represents the average of all the utilities we looked at. So we are, the city is just below the average, about $20 below the average with the change. And that's, again, compared to all of these utilities in the area. So wanted to just kind of emphasize again, I mentioned capital projects being the most significant driver of the rate increases. And so you see at the top here, the level of increases needed to cover both the increases in operating and maintenance activities, as well as the need to fund capital projects. At the bottom, on the bottom table, you see the rate increases, revenue increases that would be necessary just to cover increases in operating and maintenance. And those are about 4.5%, which is about in line with cost of living and standard inflationary indexes in the Bay Area. So clearly the biggest impact on the rates is the capital projects. And these are the same metrics that I described and summarized at the beginning in the status quo scenario. So the same layout here on the top, we're comparing revenues represented by the dark blue bars to expenditures represented by the light blue bars. So you see in each of the 5 years, revenues are exceeding expenditures. Again, this is excluding capital. And the solid black line representing the results is staying positive and trending just slightly upward. At the bottom, we're still spending down the cash reserve, and we're doing that just to try and mitigate as best we can the level of rate increases. So we're spending that capital down to pay for some of those capital projects that were in that table a few slides ago. And then you see on the bottom right, we start out meeting both the minimum and the policy debt service coverage requirement. And really, it's above the line. It's kind of a byproduct of making sure that the rates are sufficient to cover the operating costs and to cover the capital projects. But showing a very healthy position for the utility in the event that the city is going to access or want to access the capital markets anytime in the next 5 years. So the next steps, the first meeting was back in May, and that was the first appearance before the council to summarize the results of the rate study and ask the city council to approve setting a Prop 218 public hearing date. That public hearing was scheduled for July 16th, and is still scheduled for July 16th. The notices for that public hearing were mailed out on May 29th in compliance with Proposition 218. On July 16th, the city council will open and conduct a public hearing. The presentation will be made again then for folks and residents that are there that night that haven't heard this information yet. The council will receive public testimony, comments, questions from the public. Once that process is complete, the public hearing will be closed, and the council will ask the clerk to tabulate written protests. In California under Proposition 218, if there are written protests submitted by more than a majority of the property owners and customers of the utility, then the council cannot move forward with any new rates. As long as there's not a majority written protest, then council has discretion to adopt the new rates. So The written protest will be tabulated. Assuming there's no majority protest, then council will discuss and consider whether or not to move forward with the adoption of the rates. And that's, again, at their discretion. If there is a protest, they can't do anything more. The protest stops the process. If there's no protest, they're not compelled to implement the new rates. That's at their discretion. So that's a summary of the next steps. So I think that's it. I will turn that back over to Sanjay, and I am here for any questions. And I will stop sharing the screen so you can see.
Okay, thank you, Chris. Okay, I'll go ahead and I'll share my screen. I have prepared a short presentation which will cover some of the questions that we have received from residents, and I will try to probably re-emphasize some of the points what Chris provided. Give me a second. Okay, so I have too many screens on my computer, but anyway, I'll see. Okay. So I would like to address few of the questions that I was able to gather and provide a response here. Is this a tax? There was a question by some of the residents over some of the social media. And just to clarify that this is not a tax. The sewer rate is a fee for service which is based on a proportionate cost of providing the service and does not exceed the cost of providing the cost of service. That is in compliance with the California Prop 218.
And Sanjay, I would just add to that because the question often comes up. That's why there's no vote or ballot on this. It's not a tax. It's defined differently in the Constitution. That's why it's just a majority protest proceeding.
Okay, thank you, Chris, for that clarification. Yeah, the next question is the proposed sewer rate forever? No, it can actually increase or decrease every 5 years as per the City Council can complete a sewer rate study, 5 years or less, I would say, as the City Council desires, they can complete a sewer rate study to revise the sewer rate. Why the current proposed sewer rates are so high? Well, various factors affect the sewer rates as explained during the presentation, and the proposed rates are the maximum rate proposed based on the operating expense, debt service, and capital project costs. Can the sewer rate be lowered? A city council has the authority and decides the sewer rate based on a sewer rate study. The city council can decide to defer some of the capital projects which will reduce the sewer rate burden for now. Okay, what would happen if the capital projects are deferred? Delaying the necessary projects could lead to not meeting the regulatory compliance or incur fines. The Regional Water Quality Water Board actually governs these regulations, and we are actually governed by Water Board's permits. Some of the capital projects can be delayed based on urgency. Less critical projects can be postponed for several years, while those deemed unnecessary can be entirely removed from the plan. But those development of the CIPs are not entirely known at this time. All the projects you see that has been programmed was based on the city's sanitary sewer master plan. Why are the sewer rates of other cities are lower? A comparison of sewer rates of nearby cities were added to the report. Depending upon the condition of the sewer system, operating expense, and many other factors, sewer rates actually vary widely. Okay. Are the new developments paying for their fair share? Yes, the new developments pay an impact fee, which includes the sewer impact fee. Now, are our rates higher because City of Hercules is using our treatment plant? No. City of Pinole and City of Hercules jointly owns the wastewater treatment facility, and all the costs are shared. But we are responsible for our sewer collection system, and Hercules is responsible for theirs. Okay, there are a few scenarios that I'm going to present in the next few slides. These slides were actually developed just to facilitate the discussion and evaluate various options that here we have. And the dollar numbers, what I presented here, is our best estimate. This is not an actual number from the budget. And all the options here are based from the draft sewer rate study, as well as the sewer master plan that got adopted this September 2022. And this is an excerpt from the sanitary sewer master plan, which actually says to complete those capital projects worth over close to $62 million over the period of about 20 years. And this is what Chris provided, which is our 5-year projection for the CIP projects, which is roughly about $27 million, and future projects of roughly $41 million. So this is the increase which is shown by in the draft sewer rate study, that is 17.5% in the first 2 years and 15% in the next 3. And basically it shows the monthly rates and also shows the annual rates, sewer rates there. The green are basically the revenue what we are going to generate and how much City of Hercules is going to pay us in the second line, and how much balance we have. All the rates are our expenses. And these are estimates, but our best estimates. And right now we have a pretty healthy balance, which is roughly about $23 million. But at the same time, we're actually having 2 projects ongoing right now, which is about $8.2 million in this fiscal year. And these are the future projects that we have planned CIP. So we, during our planning process, we evaluated, as Chris mentioned, and a healthy reserve would be about $7 million for the plant operations and about $5 million for the CIP if there are any eventuality or any emergencies occur. And so that's the reserve needs. Our reserve needs are roughly about $12 million. So these are the another option, say what is going to happen to our reserves and other things if we are not going to increase our rates, say our 0% increase, and we want to do our capital projects. So it's basically it will deplete our reserves completely and will be in the negative territory in the 4th and the 5th year. So this is also very similar option, no increase, but just not doing the capital projects for 3 years, just do a capital project at the end of 2029, and which will have a little less than $12 million, or roughly about $10 million in reserves. Another option which shows an increase of 17.5% only this year, no increase in the rest, and still complete $27 million worth of CIP projects, which is going to deplete our reserves below the 12 million what we want, and as you can see, it's the third year is about 8 million, and the rest of the year 3.7 and 1.1. Another option with that, where we do not complete all the capital projects, just complete $17 million worth of capital projects, and there are reserves are most of the time is above 12 million, and only in the last year it dips below that a little bit. The other option is to have an increase on 17.5% for this year and 5% for the next 4 fiscal years, which would let us complete a little more capital projects. That's about $20 million worth of project, and our reserves are pretty good, almost to the end of the fiscal year. So this option actually shows a consistent increase, just instead of 17.5% this year, just a consistent increase 8% each year, and completing only roughly about $18 million worth of capital projects, and still we have a healthy balance. So I have summarized all these options on the next slide, just to see that whether it achieves our $12 million reserves and how much of CIP projects can be completed with those options. And that's pretty much what I have prepared, and I'm welcome any questions, and I will present answers. And if anybody wants to see the sewer master plan or the sewer study report, I'm okay to put it up screen for discussion. For your questions, please come to the podium and can have questions there. Dave, is the podium speaker on? It's good.
Can you hear me now? Okay,
yeah,
it's working. Thank you for the presentation and for sharing it again. Chris, I think it was one of the second or third slide where it talks about costs incurred by Hercules. Do you mind going back to that slide? I want to make sure I fully understand. It sounds like Hercules is responsible for their cost of the wastewater treatment plant, but the way it was written, I just want to make sure I'm fully understanding.
Is Chris' slide or this slide?
Chris's slide.
Yeah, I think she's talking about mine. And Hercules, I know exactly what you're talking about. I can show it again.
Okay, I will stop sharing. You can go ahead.
Yeah. Yeah, and I will update the wording for the public hearing. But yeah, this is sort of worded confusingly. But no, the city of Pinole is not responsible for any share of the Hercules' portion of capital projects or operating costs. As Sanjay mentioned, Hercules maintains its own collection system and conveys the wastewater to the treatment plant. Pinole owns its own collection system and conveys its wastewater to the treatment plant. And then the two cities share in the cost of that plant. The Pinole doesn't pay for any of Hercules' costs, and Hercules doesn't pay for any of Pinole's costs. And I will reword that bullet to make it, a lot clearer. I fully understand the question. Yeah.
Okay. How is it structured? So does Hercules reimburse the city of Pinole?
Yes.
So when we're talking about reserve funds, are we as a city of Pinole responsible for the reserve fund maintenance on the portion that Hercules incurs?
No.
So they have their own reserve fund for the wastewater.
That's right.
Let's see. And then in terms of liquidity requirements, reserve funds, it sounds like it's a $12 million reserve is the goal?
That's correct.
Okay, and that, again, does not include Hercules. That's purely for collections and treatment of the Pinole side?
Yes.
Of the treatment, okay.
Right.
Can you explain the difference between the reserve fund target of $12 million and the cash on hand. This was in the rate study. There was a couple of discussions about cash on hand and days of cash on hand. I think it started out at, let's see, minimum target reserve on hand of, it was either 150 or 180 days. But it shows that our current cash on hand is 783 based on existing rates. And at the proposed test year, 2025, so the first year of increases, it would increase the reserve on hand from 783 days to 835. Can you explain a little bit more about what you mean and what the difference between the two are?
Okay, Chris, you want to take a crack at that?
Sure. So the 180 days is the operating reserve. So the reserve is really a combination of both the operating reserve and the capital reserve, as Sanjay mentioned. And so the goal is to maintain 180 days of operating costs for an operating reserve, and then $5 million, as Sanjay mentioned, for capital reserve, and that's all maintained collectively in one reserve, and that's how that's broken out.
Okay.
And in the initial years, the balance is higher, but then it is spent down as those capital projects are undertaken.
Got it. Let's see. The fund balance of $23 million currently, that is correct then in the rate study? We have a reserve of $23 million, so it's $11 million over our current fund balance is $11 million over our target reserve then.
That's correct. The 23 million, what we have right now, out of that we are doing the $8 million CIP projects, but that is correct.
Okay. Can you please explain why we are expediting the amount of sewer work we're doing year over year versus the sewer management plan or the sewer master plan? There was a expected $3.2 to $2.6 million spend depending on which phase we were talking about. Can you explain why we're doing $8 million projects, $8 million projects, 3, 6, significantly more over this 5-year period?
So because the city has actually a sewer overflow area on the Pinole trunk line, which has been there for such a long time, and that is the project. We want to complete that project so that we don't maintain that sewer overflow or spend a lot of operation and maintenance fee there. And that's the reason when you take up a project, one of the main lines, so it is it doesn't depend on that, okay, I want to spend $3.5 million only in CIP projects. The total project cost, it could be $8 million or it could be $2 million, depending on which effort we take.
That makes sense. But the operating or the budget for the CIP is a different beast from the rates.
That's correct.
You have to treat them differently.
Yep.
So the Pinole trunk line is the primary focus right now. Can you explain the regulatory requirements? Are we under a consent decree with the EPA, or are we trying to avoid one? Or are we under stipulated penalties?
We are under not a consent decree or anything, but we are under guidance from Water Board to complete sewer upgrades. That is both capital projects and as well as limiting our I&I to the system, which is significantly higher. And we had letters from Water Board, I think 2 years before, to complete certain projects as soon as possible. And because of these efforts, they have given us more time to go through.
And were those directives from the Water Board incorporated into the sewer master plan?
That is correct.
So they were received before the sewer master plan?
That is correct.
Has anybody looked at bond funding, tax measures, something to defer the immediate up and down cost that was being proposed under the sewer rate study?
Not for capital projects, no, we haven't.
Okay, so we've known about the Pinole trunk sewer line for years, and we haven't looked at some kind of larger bond measure to take care of an instantaneous costs.
No, just because we completed the wastewater treatment plant upgrade, which we are paying through a loan right now. Yeah. So we didn't think that it would be right to take another bond measure right now.
But if I'm correct, the bond ratio is we're looking for no less than 1.25, with 1.5 ratio that we were anticipating, and I think our current one is about 2.0, and for the first year, the test year, it's going to increase to about 2.58. So we're talking about bonding capacity. Is that correct?
That I have to check with our finance director. I'm not very familiar with that.
Okay. So, let's see. Let me digest that. I'll be back with some further comments. Thank you.
No problem.
Hi, Sanjay.
Hello.
Is it possible to put up the master plan update?
Yes. Give me a second. Do you have a page number in mind or section?
I will have shortly, but I had just a follow-up question based on what we just heard. Regarding the funding, it's all cash, is that correct, for the capital projects?
That's
Opposed
what.
to financing.
Yes, that is how it currently is.
So I guess, at what point did you make that decision to go with the cash and don't do a bond? What were some of the criteria there?
I mean, that's not a final decision. That's not a decision that I make. It will be made by the council and the finance director. But the sewer rate study is prepared based on the assumption that we'll be using cash.
Is it an accurate statement that in general the revenue requirement would probably be less over the 5 years, the projection period, if we financed it via a bond?
The sewer rate would probably be lower, but it will be probably for an extended period of time. If you take a bond, you'll still have to pay the interest and all.
Right.
So that will be,
But it would smooth out the expenses or the revenue requirement.
It's a possibility, but our total requirement for CIP projects is roughly over $60 million. And, whatever the 5-year period is, what we have programmed is about $27 million. But if we had to take a bond to cover the entire $60 million worth of projects, then it would be, the cost would be over a period of, say, 25 years. So the sewer rates will go slowly over that many period to fund this.
Okay, I'm going to just jump to one other aspect. Regarding historical, I guess what's it called? It's not a tax, it's a fee. So over 30 years, I took an opportunity to look back 30 years. Had a lot of free time. And I looked at put all the numbers in for the full 30 and then took an average divided by 30 years. What do you think the number might be? I mean, do you have just a feel for what it could be?
No.
7%.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Yeah, so that's why it was a little concerning when I received the notice that I'm looking at 18% already effective today's the 2nd, right? So starting yesterday, it's going to go into effect, right? 18%. And then the following year, 18%. And then next year is 15%, and then 15%. So I'm just saying that's sort of why I decided to show up, just to let you know. Could you, and now I want to go back to the study, could you explain in general what the difference is between the sanitary sewer master plan and the rate study and sort of how they're related?
The sanitary sewer master plan evaluates the existing conditions of our sewer collection system, the treatment plant. That evaluates, a consultant was chosen about 2 years back, 2.5 years back, who came down and completed their investigation for our all the pipelines, the sewer collection system, or the sewer lift stations, which pumps and actually feeds to the wastewater treatment plant. And they came down and provided us where they think this upgrade is required. And that's what the sewer, sanitary sewer master plan is.
Which is here.
That's right.
Okay.
That's that. And the sewer rate study is to study what's our financial ability is to complete all the upgrades that we need, and also to continue the operation, smooth operation of our plant. So the sewer rate study that with those details, it comes back and tells that, okay, if these are the capital projects you need to do, and this is how you're going to, how much you spend on your operating budget, so this is how much the sewer rate must be to meet that requirement.
So there's a mapping in essence.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. Thank you. And so I would like maybe just to, give you a page number here.
Yep.
Would you like to have it the page PDF page, or would you like the page within the document? What's easier?
Anything will do.
Anything will do. Okay. All right. Let's look at page 24 of the PDF. Yeah, that's good. And there's a little chart or table just there too as well. So this is talking about new residential units. And at the bottom of that table 2.3, I believe it says that there's 395 proposed new residential units. Somewhere in there at the bottom.
Okay.
Yeah, so to what extent are the developers listed on those 4 projects contributing to the infrastructure need for the new units that they are intending to develop? And are those costs 100% going to be absorbed by Pinole residents at this point?
So as I mentioned, the development fees, all the developers or the new development, they're actually assessed a impact fee, which has a sewer impact fee included in that. So yes, they will be absorbing, or actually a proportionate basis of what they would be using of the system, and that is how much they would be paying.
And where is that shown specifically in the study, their dollar amount?
Chris, do you remember when we were in our calculation? I know there was a projection, something roughly about $600,000 is what I remember for the coming years. Do you remember that?
I don't remember offhand. I can take a look. I have the report here, but just to address the development impact fees were calculated separately from our rate study, and so those amounts, the fees charged per unit, residential unit of new development, already existed, and I said that sounds about right, about 600,000. I will double check and see if I can find that in the report. We did have that in the model as one of the sources of revenue, so I will see if I can pull that out.
All right. Because there's a table 7.4. That's page 96 of the PDF. You don't have to necessarily go to it, but it states that 1.8 million of the 61.7 million estimated capital improvements are assigned to, quote, future users. So I'm not sure is that 1.8 million the portion that's paid for developers as in a future user? I guess I'm looking to what the definition of future user is and how that relates to developers.
So this is the page you're talking about here. So existing users would pay about $59.7 million, and future users would pay about $1.8 million. That's correct. I mean, that is what the estimate is.
And so are future users developers, or are those two different things?
It would be future users would be, say, because of a development, there would be users who would be, living in those, say we have another 1,000 people are added to the city. So they would be paying about $1.8 million, and the rest.
Okay, so the developer, as I understand it correctly, the developers, that's a separate calculation, but once the residents are there,
Yeah.
they'll be adding revenue in essence.
That's right.
And so those are the future users.
That's right.
Thank you. Okay, so the next reference would be page 30 of the PDF. And table 2, it's a projected population growth. So the plan assumed a citywide, and this is in the section itself, it mentions that the plan update assumed a citywide population increase of 8% by 2025. Do you know what the actual city population has been since 2020 through 2024? Since we're not yet at 2025, I'm just curious what, in that 5-year window, where are we now relative to 2020?
I don't know the actual increase.
Okay. I had a chance to look at the worldpopulationreview.com, and it details population for just about everywhere in the world, actually. So zeroing in on Pinole, it shows that the actual population for 2020 was 19,003, almost even. But as time went on, it was actually decreasing. And in 2024, it's showing as 18,161, so which is actually a decrease of 4.5%. So I was just calling attention to the fact the study assumed 8% growth. It's actually 4.5. So I mean, things change, things can happen, but that is a difference overall of almost 13%. Anyways, next reference, page 81 of the PDF. So it mentions the pipe rehabilitation and replacement program, and it describes the program. But it also mentions the results of the city's closed-circuit television inspection program should be used to identify the pipes most in need of rehab and replacement. And then, interestingly, it mentions, additionally, a long-term risk assessment should be completed to identify the long-term rehab and replacement projects needed and their funding. So my question is, has that CCTV inspection been done, and the long-term risk assessment as well? And then the follow-up would be, what was the result and conclusions of that review if it's been done?
The CCTV assessment is in progress. That is actually being done by internal workforces, by the city staff itself, but it is not complete because of staff timing and but we are roughly about total, we have about 50 miles of sewer pipeline. We have completed about 11 miles as of now. But that program is going to continue with the city staff over the couple of years. It'll take us, couple of years to complete all 50 miles.
Okay, what concerns me at this moment is that's 20% of the total additional you need to look at. Not to mention the evaluation of the results, which then would impact a risk assessment or ranking, if you will, of the projects and what needs to be done. So it's a little disconcerting or a little troublesome, knowing that you're proceeding ahead, requesting dollars, sending notices, but we haven't. We've only really looked at 20% of the system, so to speak, and the collection system, and yet we've made decisions to ask for money. Is there anything you can say to that?
Yeah, I mean, what the system that we are actually pretty sure about which were needed improvement are the immediate ones that we are doing. Those collection systems where we are doing the CCTV, that the consultant have not been able to, completely evaluate those, and that's why it may increase the CIP projects or it may even remove some of the CIP projects. The estimates are a little conservative what the overall report the consultant has provided in the master plan. That could change. But those which we are sure of, those are the projects we program.
So in terms of the request for the capital projects, are you looking at everything Just, I mean, the only thing that should be there then would be just the one project that you're currently working on, is that correct?
I would say we look at about 4 to 5 years of projection.
Yes.
That's about, say over $27 million is what we have programmed. Those are the ones we'd be looking at.
But in fact, you've made that decision absent the results of the CCTV program and the risk assessment.
No, CCTV program, as I mentioned, we have completed about 11 miles of it.
Okay, so I guess my question is how much was the dollars? 27 million?
27 million.
27 million. So is there CCTV results and a risk assessment entirely done for that $27 million of capital projects?
Yes. Those are program projects, yes.
Okay, so where are those results that I could actually review them?
Those are not published, but if we needed to, somebody needed to see those, we could download and, but it's not a published report.
Okay, but you could match the results of the TV,
yeah,
and the risk assessment to those specific projects.
That's correct.
Interesting. Okay, thank you.
Okay.
Let's look at page 81 of the PDF.
Okay.
Yeah, so the second paragraph under 6.2.2 says the proposed existing improvements are sized for build-out conditions. As the city continues to grow, it is recommended that the proposed pipeline diameters be constructed so that the facilities have sufficient capacity for build-out conditions. The proposed pipe diameters represent, and it's a very interesting choice of words, but those diameters represent the ultimate diameter for anticipated build-out conditions. In light of the decrease in Pinole's population, it would seem that changing pipes to ultimate diameter for anticipated build-out is not occurring, is causing a waste of money. Also, shouldn't the cost to accommodate new growth, i.e. build-out conditions, be paid for by developers of new residential units and businesses?
So you're reading the last paragraph of 6.2.2.
Yeah, it's the second paragraph of 6.2.2 is where it starts.
So the proposed existing improvements are sized for build-out conditions. That's correct.
Right.
As the city
continues to grow,
it is recommended that the proposed pipeline diameters be constructed so that the facilities have sufficient capacity for build-out conditions. The proposed pipe diameter represents the ultimate diameter of an anticipated build-out conditions. So basically, it is a projection of what they're saying. Say a consultant says 2030. Here is the projection, and based on that, they calculate the volume and propose the diameter. But your interpretation is that you're saying the population is not growing, and why we build bigger diameters?
Well, it's twofold, but ultimately, who should pay for that build-out, right? So my question is, I would think maybe developers, assuming we are increasing, but I'll give you that. But what would the developers pay for that?
That would be the part of the, what I would say, the development impact fee. You would be paying for that and the new users.
Okay, but some of these projects are included in the 27 million, correct? The rehab you referenced earlier.
Yeah, it is not included in the $27 million for enlarging this for the particular location you are saying. What it is included in the $27 million is most of the Pinole Phase 1, Phase 2 project. And I believe most of the projects in the trunk line, I think Tenant is where the consultant, if I remember correctly, and that is where they propose some of the build bigger diameter pipe to accommodate further in 2030.
So the change of pipe size is not necessarily related to build out. A definition of build out, I'm not sure exactly, but
Yeah, and that's what it is. Change in pipe size, meaning you're trying to accommodate more flow, but that could be multifold. It could be because of lot of which we have inflow and infiltration into the system, as well as to accommodate, developments. But as far as the actual developments are concerned, as you can see, it is very less. That flow is minimal as compared to other problems that we have in our system.
so you could generally say that there's an allocation, in essence, to developers is minimal because of
Yeah.
the main focus is on the leaking, or what you call it, the word infiltration. Right?
Yeah.
All right, thank you. Page 93 of the PDF. And looking at section 7.4.2. So it mentions a 30% contingency that has been applied to all projects for, as it says there, unforeseen events and unknown conditions. Can you explain why 30%, say, versus 10% or some other number?
Because the sewer master plans is projected for over 20 years, so that contingencies are needed to be high, just because not everything is understood by the overall when you prepare the master plan. When you go to actually doing a CIP project, that time when the contingencies would be low. And all the dollar amounts, what you see, these are projected dollar amounts. The consultant still doesn't know what exactly it could infer. Underground conditions are not known. It could, I can give an example. So a project we're doing now, we're realizing that gas line is right on top of our sewer line. Those kind of conditions would not be known. And now we may have to pay PG&E to move the gas line before we can upsize our line. So those conditions are not clear during the master plan, and that's why they put, for budgeting purposes, they put a very high contingency.
But unfortunately, that 30% applies to every project.
Yeah, it is for budgeting. It is not the actual project cost. It's for budgeting.
But it's a budgeting that results in a request from revenue from the residents of this and businesses of the city. Correct?
That's correct.
So one would be a little concerned to say, well, I'd like to make sure I try to get the best cost estimates before adding on 30%, right?
Well, that's correct. And I believe, that is what the council is able to, once the projects get closer, meaning when it is go to preliminary design stage or design stage, we would have a better understanding. So we would not see 30 years down the road or 20 years down the road, but at least 3 years down the road, when we're trying to program those projects, we would have a better understanding of the project costs.
So when you have this better understanding, we as perhaps the citizens would like to have a better understanding of paying less, or at least accurate, relative to what you've finally determined what the cost is. But unfortunately, as I said before, this is the contingency applies to every project. So whether you benefit on some or lose on the other, it's still a full 30%. I had a chance to look at the City and County of San Francisco website for capital project design costs, and admittedly it's just design, but it shows a total contingency average of 7% across all capital projects in San Francisco. And just as a home builder or remodeler, you typically allocate, I know somebody in the audience, probably somebody here knows, but on the order of, in California, maybe 5 to 10%, something like that. But admittedly, it's home. You're not putting gas lines, potentially over your pipeline or whatever. But it's just 30%. So what reference do you have to an industry standard, maybe for municipalities or what have you, that 30% is, oh yeah, that's commonplace across all projects, all capital projects? Is there anything like that you could cite?
No, that is not for the capital project. That is not how it is done. It is for master planning efforts. I'm pretty sure that is what you will see. If you take up somebody else's master plans, I'm sure that 30% budgeting purposes for over a period of 20 years, because the projects are not so dialed down at the master planning stage to actually come up with a accurate cost.
We're dealing with as you call it in the rate study, which we'll see in a moment, a 5-year projection period. So really you're only looking at this 5-year period for capital projects and asking for revenue for that 5-year period.
That's correct.
So you don't need to worry about, or at least none of us need to worry about, what happens 20, 30 years from now for a capital project we're thinking of. We need to focus on the 5 years that we're dealing with and say, well, the worst it could be at year 4 or 5 is something else. So that's what is concerning. All right, so anyways, looking at, this is concerning to me, I hate to bring it up almost, that going on to section 7.4.3, which is right there, I guess, a 43% contingency, and I've been trying to say this normal, as normal voice, but it's just so concerning to me. A 43% contingency is added to the 30% contingency for a compounded, and I had to check this number a couple of times, 85% contingency. And what's just unbelievable is that there's an example of this in the study. So it says here in this section, as shown in the following example of the capital improvement cost, the total cost of all project construction contingencies, and it gives a list there, is it just comes right out there. I didn't even need to check the math. I mean, it's right there. The total is approximately, it's already a big number, approximately 185% of the baseline construction cost. So note that contingencies were not, well, it's applied to land acquisition anyway, but it says here, the calculation of the 185% is the overall markup, it says right there, on the baseline construction cost to arrive at the capital improvement cost, which is just another name, but that's what we're doing. So it's not an additional contingency is what it's claimed, but in fact, the 2 and 3 paragraphs in this section all refer to all the specifics as contingencies. So anyways, but it's 185%, whatever you call it. So let's look at the example, which is here, right there. So starting, and this is an example, but it's one project, but it applies to all projects, of course. So starting with $1 million, we see that what is added to that is a contingency of 30%, so that's $300,000, to become what's called an estimated construction cost of $1.3 million. And that's sort of like we're discussing with the 30%.
Okay.
Even though we're talking about 5 years out here for projects. And to that is added construction management, 10%. So that's another $130,000. What's known as bid climate contingency, another 15%. So that adds another $200,000 or so. Environmental and legal costs, we're going to add another 7.5%, 8% for that. So that's another $100,000. And then finally, engineering services. And let's add another 10% for that. So we've added an additional $852,000 to a $1 million project.
So $1 million construction cost. So the total project cost is what it's trying to show you here is. So if you say just the construction cost, so what they're trying to show here is the actual construction, what the contractor bids on a project. That's $1 million. And then what it takes to complete the entire project is what is being actually showed here.
But the contractor is doing the work.
That's correct.
The contractor bid on the job.
That's correct.
Gave you an estimate. City has
no,
you have bidding requirements, so you get a multiple number of bids.
And so to get to before even the contract can be bid, a project can be bid. The designers, they design the project. Then there are if there is an environmental requirement, there would be some mitigation cost if there is some hazardous material and all that. And so here what it's basically they're trying to show is the total project cost versus just the construction cost. That's what is being actually described here.
So you have a separate bid for remediation, separate from the contractor who's doing the job?
No. Just the construction cost when for sewer projects or any utility projects, basically when the consultants try to budget, they would say, okay, here is the pipe size that is going to get replaced, and this many linear feet, rough cost of construction that we have assumed, say it's $1 million or say $500 per linear foot for this pipe size. So they come up with a construction cost for that, just for that. Then they add on this to give a overall project cost.
So you say, sorry, they is
the consultants.
And they're adding, this is part of their bid then, the other 85?
No, not for the bid, for the purpose of budgeting. Just to come up with what would be the total budget for a project. So this is what how it is describing here.
By the contractor. The contractor is coming up with the total dollar amount that they're going to do the job.
No, the contractor will bid the job, right? Say
Which is the million.
$1 million. Say we put out a project, say it's $1 million construction project. But to get to the contractor bid, we have design costs, we have internal staff costs. Here the construction management would be that during the construction.
So these are additional Pinole City costs that you're adding on here. Is that correct?
Portion of it, the design cost is not Pinole cost. It could be the designer for the project. That would be the designer's cost. That is what you call engineering services, 10%.
Okay, but these are referred to in this report as contingencies. They're all contingencies. So the language indicates to me that we're going to add a lot of stuff just to be safe to our $1 million proposed capital project. That's the way I'm reading it.
No, I believe the contingency is 30%. That's what it says.
Yeah, but these others are additional contingency on the contingency. The 43% is on the 30%. That's just what's unbelievable to me. It's like you already came up with a contingency, and you're adding a contingency to a contingency.
So where are you reading the 43% contingency?
If you add up each of those percentages.
Oh, I see. I mean, in the same.
And then add it on to the 30%, and then compound it, it's 85%. And it's what the example shows.
So these are the 43% you are saying here?
Yes, they all add up to 43%. And it mentions that above, they call it 37.5 plus 5 or something like that. So there's a reference to the total. See, 27.5 of the estimated construction cost, additionally a bid market of 15%. Anyways, I just, I don't understand why a contingency needs a contingency, is the bottom line.
Okay.
And it's just an additional, not just that, but it's just the cost float, or and what you're asking for is that $1.85 million. That's my concern. And there's just a lot of room for error and we have to pay money up front, assuming it's going to be at 185, not 100, for climate and whatever else. Anyways, moving on. Page 96. Of the PDF, yeah. So anyways, there's supposed to be 3 phases listed in table 7.5. It's like they have different names for those 3 phases. But anyway, so the total there is showing 61, in the far right bottom, 61.7 million through 2042. And again, we are requesting dollars in the rate study for just through 2029.
That's correct.
Okay, just to be clear. So how do these 3 phases Oh, by the way, so the phases are listed here. New term phase 1, new term, or near term, near term phase 1, near term phase 2, and long term. So since we're looking at the 5 years in the rate study, so we're looking closer to what's in the first column, which is 5 to 7 years. So I guess my question is there a mapping that shows how, which of those, and it would be a portion of that, which portion is, where would I see that if I was trying to translate what's here on the first column to the rate study?
So there's a list of projects. Those are actually included at the end of.
Yeah, because the rate study has a table, the sewer CIP, showing on page 8 of this is the other document.
That's right.
The study. So I guess that's the issue is like, how does this map to the rate study? And then you have to do from 5 to 7 years down to 5 somehow. But anyway, I'm not expecting an answer at this point, but
Yeah.
something that would show how you tied the studies, basically.
Okay, here are the CIP projects at the end of the master plan. This roughly provides some of those. Most of the CIPs are actually listed here. So, at the end of the master plan. So this, and this continues, yes. And these you can tie it to the sewer rate study.
So it's a subset, though, of
Yeah.
what was proposed.
The project schedules you can see at the end of here.
Yes.
Where it just, the consultant has provided a timeline. Say 2027 to 2031, it's 2023. Those are not done. I mean, that's what we're working on. But when we prepared the document, there was a schedule, a rough schedule provided.
So is it possible to do a mapping, though, to say which projects were excluded?
Yeah, I mean, those dollar
not
amounts
inclu-
all
not
came from,
included.
yeah.
Yeah.
The sewer rate study took the dollar amounts from this, and you can map that.
Okay, thank you. And then on section, same page, or page 96 of the PDF, section 7.7 says in the paragraph, it mentions near-term phase 1. I'll let you get back to section 7.7 there somewhere. Page 96 of the PDF. In section 7.7, yeah. Yeah, somewhere in there.
Yeah.
So in this paragraph, near-term phase 1 dollars are listed as 14.35, well, it has a 0.0 there too, but 14.35 million, correct? Yeah. But table 7.5 states 12.85 million. And then figure 7.1 states 7.84 million. The question is, which of the three numbers for near-term phase 1 capital improvement program is correct?
I'll have to verify that with the CIB project list. Yeah, it seems like they're different.
And then lastly, for this document, page 416 of the PDF. So the question is, why are future users assigned 100% of the costs for the sewer master plan updates through 2041 as shown in the project cost allocation table? It's the one at the bottom there. Yeah. It says future users 100%.
Yeah, I see that. Give me a minute. I'm not sure. I would love to review with the consultant. I'll come back. I believe this is every 5 years. The 150,000 were collected as fees from the development or the new developers. That is what it seems to be assigned to that. But I'll have to confirm. So.
Thank you. All right. Can we switch to the other study, the sewer rate study?
Yes.
And then page 10 of the PDF. So in section 2.3.1, it mentions the recurring annual costs were escalated using suitable cost indices or cost escalation factors, again in discussion with city staff and based on historical trends. So what were the what cost escalation factors were used, and what was the resulting per year escalation percentage over the projection period?
Chris, can you answer that?
Yeah, there was a variety of escalators based on the category. Labor costs were based on trends in labor costs and based on contracts and memorandums of understanding. Chemical costs were escalated based on historical trends in those costs. So there was different escalators for different categories of expenses based on those specific expenses. The historical performance or historical increases, and so it's a combination of a variety of different escalators for different categories of costs.
And where would one find that detail to actually look at? It's not in this study, right? We'd have to have it requested from you. Is that correct?
Those, I would say that our budget document, the actual costs for the previous years, those are there. Whether it is the actual operating costs for previous years and this year's, those are in our city budget documents. Those are published as part of the budget adoption. You can see those.
So the escalation factors and such would be, I'd have to look at that document or request it from the finance director to find out what the escalation factors that were used in this rate study.
That's correct. Meaning to say, how much we spent versus over the years, and those are the actual budget numbers we take to put in the escalation from the previous years.
Okay, so I know it's broken out for different types, but so overall labor or one subset of labor, what escalation number was used?
Chris, do you remember how much we used on our?
I'm looking to see if I can find it in the. Salary and wages were 5%. And then some benefits were 7%. Post-employment benefits were 7%. And then professional services and a variety of other consulting categories were 3%. Utilities were 10%, utilities and power. And then most everything else was 3%.
Okay, so labor was running around 5% annually. Is that correct during the projection period each year?
That's correct. Yes, sir.
So the compounding amount would be, yeah, onward, 5 times 4, 20 plus compounding. So, yeah. So, anyways, I looked at the April 2024 report from the Bureau of Labor Statistics regarding inflation, and as you know, inflation is running 3.3%, and that's overall. It's not specific to labor or anything like that, but something to keep in mind as a person that would be a ratepayer / citizen / paying the fee, that 3.3% versus staff is looking at 5% increases. So I'm not sure everyone has their own.
CPI encompasses a lot more things
yeah.
besides just salary and wages of public employees.
Sorry?
A CPI is a wide basket of costs.
Understood.
Yeah, so, you know, salary and wages is specific just to salary and wages.
Okay, thank you. All right, page 10 of the PDF. So the third paragraph on the section 2.3.1 mentions, once again, the city of Hercules. So maybe you can explain to me where the cost allocation is to the city of Hercules, because I see the revenue in this rate design report, or rate report. So Hercules pays us about $3-something million, and that's other operating revenue. But where is the dollar amount where we say, this is the amount that we would like from you for our water treatment plant? You know, so where do I find the amount that we're requesting from Hercules?
I didn't get that. Meaning to say, where do we...
For overall capital projects that need to be done, and particularly with regard to the treatment facility, because they use that. So how is there an allocation and an increase attributable to what their portion is? Where would I find that?
Okay, that would be in our budget. I mean, the complete operating budget book, which is published when it was adopted. So there is a category that how much, I don't know if it is, Chris, did we have that in our budget, or it was just our cost only?
Just our cost only, and then the Hercules
because we split that, because so the total operating and budget of the plant is all the employees and the operating cost of the plant is divided, and we let the city of Hercules know what is their portion, and then the rest is our portion, usually about 50-50.
So I would expect that there would be an escalation attributable to the city
of Hercules, yes.
In the test year even.
That's right.
That's not what the study says, but we'll look at that later. That's very concerning.
Wait, what's the question?
That the amount attributable in the test year to the city of Hercules, I just heard that we were sharing costs, so you would expect, Sanjay said that you expected there to be an increase in the amount that Hercules needs to pay.
Yes.
In the test year.
Because our costs are increasing, so will be theirs.
So that's
and it's escalated in Table 6. You see the other revenues escalating over the 5-year period.
Okay, could you bring that up, please? Thanks.
Table 6.
Table 6, page 9, Sanjay.
Page 9?
There you go. Yep, right there. You got it.
Okay.
Okay, so you're showing an increase to 2026, but I'm talking about 2025, which is the test year. So the number 3633.
Yes, that would be Hercules' contribution.
Right. What I've noticed in the report was that number does not escalate.
It's escalating in that table. I'm not sure I understand the question.
Well, the 2025, in what you're doing is you're increasing rates for Pinole starting July 1st this year. What I'm not seeing is that Hercules is sharing a similar type increase in the test year.
I'm not sure I understand the question. But.
Okay, well, there is a chart later that we'll look at that I can show you that it doesn't match up.
You see the revenue from Hercules is increasing. Is that so? 3.6, then 3.7, then 4.5. That keeps on increasing right there.
Okay, could you go to table 19? I'm sorry, I'm going to jump to on this one. Table 19. And that's 28 of the PDF. So it shows existing and proposed for sewer system projected operating results. Okay, so if you go down to other operating revenue, other revenue,
Yeah, that's
revenues,
correct.
which is line 2,
Mm-hmm.
and you'll see 3633 or whatever.
That's correct. Yes,
And then right next to it, proposed is the same.
that's correct.
That's what I was
It's the same
referring
year.
to. Sorry?
It's the same year, both 2025.
Yes, it is. But
Right.
Pinole
So
is paying more effective already as of a day ago, as I said.
yes,
So that's why I was wanting to see, so to speak, not that I like Hercules, but it's just I would like to see a similar increase in what they are paying.
so
Well,
there.
that's only their one cost itemized. The sewer service, the other revenues are made up of a combination of a lot of other cost categories.
So if I hear correctly, then we're not doing any improvements that are related to Hercules for the treatment plant in 2025. Is
That is correct. It is most of the improvements that we are actually showing here are actually the collection system, not on the. There are a few improvements on the wastewater treatment plant, but those are smaller improvements. I would say less than $1 million or something, but they are, contributing to their portion of it.
Okay, so help me out on the rest of the line item, on the item line 2. So in other words, you'll be informing Hercules of their increase. Have you discussed that with them? Are they expecting it? Have you had any feedback? Any notice?
I mean, for all the operating costs, they know. We talk and we have the similar increases, and there's a budget allocation. And yes, whatever increases for us, it increases for them too.
So it's not the same though. They're not seeing 18% like we are in 2025. They're seeing 0. And then next year, 18%
So
for us. And so they're not seeing 18%.
because the contribution is there.
Right.
Yeah.
They have different allocations, understood.
Yeah.
But I just trying to get a feel for where we are relative to where they are. And we'll see later, as you know, in the neighboring study where they are. So, okay, very good. If you could go to, please, page 11 of the PDF. And looking at table 3. And so it shows there a total capital cost, I think it's at the bottom on 2025, of $8.820 million. But if you go to table 19 on page 25, which is page 28 of the PDF. And for 2025, looking for capital projects, capital outlays there, but yeah, so right there, 8220. So that's, and also you don't need to go to the appendix, but the appendix shows 8220 also. Excuse me. So there's a difference here of $600,000. Yeah, so which number is correct?
Wait, where's their difference? 8220 in one table and 8220 in the other table?
Table 19, as it shows there under cash funded capital projects 8220. But if you look at table 3 at the bottom of the total, yeah, it looks 8.820.
Oh, because there's a $600,000 project funded by impact fees. It shows in the funding source in table 3 is not cash, it's impact fees.
And what is that?
In table 3, the first table you cited?
Yeah. So you're
You can
adding
see-
those two numbers then? Okay.
Yeah, I think this is the one, what I was expecting, the impact
wasn't
fees
clear
of
from-
600,000.
Okay, thank you. Okay, and then also going back to page 11. So you're showing on the second line that 7.395 million is proposed for sanitary sewer rehabilitation in 2025, but 0 for every year following, including future years, interestingly. So you're intending to do all sewer rehabilitation in the fiscal year as it's already started and through the next year here?
No, the capital projects are actually listed there as listed in, you see that is 7.395 here. Then the next year, the sewer pump, and the next year, same thing, sewer pump rehab.
So those numbers don't roll up to the 7.395.
No,
though.
it doesn't. That is only 1 year.
Yeah, well, that's what I'm asking about. So just the rehab, which is the biggest number,
Yes,
7.395.
yes, that's one
So
big
you're
project.
planning to do all the sewer rehab.
Not all. I mean, that dollar amount. Right now, we have a project awarded for $5 million for phase 2 of Pinole. So that's what you're looking here.
So you anticipate additional dollars being expended in the following years of the projected period for the sanitary sewer rehab.
That's correct.
Why didn't you show that?
I didn't understand.
So you're showing all the need for dollars in 2025 for sewer rehab.
No. So, okay, so let me just read it out. The sanitary sewer rehab cash, that is what you see, $7.395 million. That is on 2025. And $600,000 for from growth impact fee, $425 from the second clarifier rehab that is in the plant. Air release valve and couple of other small projects, lab remodel and sewer pump. So those are all the capital projects for 2025. The
Understood.
next year,
I'm sorry, but I'm just focusing on the rehab, just that one line item.
okay,
So all of the rehab, as it's described there, unless it's spread out through the table, but I was assuming that all the sanitary sewer rehab request is being identified on that line item, such that you're asking for all in 2025.
not all of it. The project, that is the project name. And it actually describes, if you go to the detail of the project, it describes which sewer line.
Okay.
It is not, yeah,
But it sums up in this line here on the
That is-
table.
that's correct.
And as it relates to the revenue rate study, which is what this is, this whole package, you're requesting for all of those dollars, or the need for dollars, to call it that way, in 1 year, 2025, yes?
That's correct.
Okay, so as a citizen, I would think, well, they're going to do this amount of work, and they're going to do it this year, in the
That's
next
correct.
year.
That's correct.
Okay, and so, and there's no work to be planned, or we're not expecting, forecasting, any of the additional work to be done in any of the future years.
In the this five
Also the
fiscal
future
year.
years, which is 0.
Yes,
Yeah. So all of the projected amount to be spent on rehab is to be done within the next year.
that particular segment, what I'm saying, is one project, one big project that currently allocated, the sewer line rehab, is total project cost is around that.
So why is it, I mean, I understood that one of the main purposes of the request, the request to everybody, is that we wanted to do rehab throughout the city, that there's a lot of things that need maybe fixing. But what I'm having trouble understanding is why is everything being, there's nothing forecasted going forward, we're doing it all right away. under this title of sewer sanitary rehab?
Those are the collection system pipe rehab. And that is not all. In the 20 years period, there are other pipes also gets rehabbed.
So, sorry, so why would that show in future years?
It does.
It doesn't
As
show
just-
here on future years.
Well, then just the name is different. It is not, the project name is just one project name. What you see.
Okay, so these other ones below
Other
are
are
also
other-
rehab?
Yes, they are. You see this,
I think he's asking is for that sanitary sewer rehabilitation project, that first one, is that project schedule just, you're gonna do $8 million worth of work in 1 year?
that is correct. Nope, that $8 million project will be done in 1 year. Phase 1 of the project is almost complete right now, which is $1 million, and the $5 million project was also awarded by the council in the last council meeting. So yes, the actual construction could take, about a year, but those projects are being currently in progress.
Just to go back to your point, I think all of these projects are considered rehab projects. They just have one line item for maybe one subset of it.
Okay, that's a specific project then.
Yeah.
Gotcha, thank you. All right, thank you. That wasn't clear from.
That's okay. Understood.
I was expecting, down below here, see sanitary sewer rehab dash PBR1 or something.
That's,
But they all.
That's why it is just the project name was not so clearly defined, because when we were developing the projects, not everything was sewer rehab. That's okay. So many projects can be done under the same name. Now we're
Okay, well, that's all very interesting, and I'm not seriously.
no problem.
But so why is there no rehab? Put it under the category of rehab, which includes the ones below and the one above there. Why nothing is proposed for 2026, 7, 8, and 9?
So there are different projects. There are rehab, meaning we have lift station rehab for 2026.
Oh, those are too. So it's all rehab.
Yeah, I mean it's the entire sewer system. All right. Yeah.
All right. So wasn't all clear on me.
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you. So we can look at page 12 of the PDF and table 6. So I looked at the, and this is sewer revenue requirements for projected period. Looking at the total O&M in table 6, the increase, called inflation increase, for total O&M is 6% per year. This is an observation. 6% per year, compounded for a total of 26% over 4 years. I'm just curious, as a Pinole resident, I mean, just thinking about people getting 6% annual raises. They always put it into like your employment, getting 6% annual raise so I can pay my sewer fee. And then if I was on Social Security, or, is my Social Security going up 6% after Medicare? Just trying to give it more of the human perspective of who has to pay. I got to pay for 6% increases on total O&M in this project, or this study. And this is just O&M. And then the overall increases in the net revenue requirement is a whopping 80% over 4 years. So if I take the 12 million minus the 6 million and put it over the 6, I mean, I'm looking at an 80% increase. So it's an astounding amount of money being requested, and just want to give you the feedback. Astounding to me. Okay, so looking at the next one, page 14 of the PDF. And I think this was already answered, actually, so maybe skip this one. Let's look at page 13, sorry. Page 16 of the PDF. Both pages 15 and 16 of the PDF. And there's a mention of this functional unbundling. So 3.2.1, it's divided into collection, treatment, and customer. And the third area is described under customer as costs associated with metering and also printing. Yeah, i.e., e.g., printing, delivering, and collecting utility bills and record keeping. And if you go down, keep on going, and I think if you go to the table on page 15, it says, it was a little confusing when I first saw this, treatment, collection, and then administration. So do I understand correctly that the customer function is admin?
No. No, that would also mean just the printing and delivering. No, those are just the costs during the development of the sewer study and all that. Those are the minor costs. But the admin would be different. That would be the total cost. Chris, where is the total admin dollars added, bill to or accumulated from?
It's pulled out of administrative line items throughout the budget.
Okay. So it could be personal cost,
So it's a lot more than billing and printing, mailing.
Yeah.
The description is not very good.
Not very, yeah.
No.
Understood.
Yeah. So are these costs that are city employees?
Could be, yes. Because all the city employees who work for the plant as well as for the CIP projects, those costs are also part of it. Yes.
But isn't that under a separate finance department? I mean, you look at all the budgeting for city employees.
How much percentage of which employee is allocated to that particular sewer rate?
Wait, I'm sorry, but they're already getting paid by the city of Pinole. They're getting their salary and expenses paid under the budget. So it seems like there's an additional amount of money being requested to additionally pay them for their activities for the sewer.
So the city's staff salaries who are actually involved with CIP projects, such as my salary. As a public works director, a portion of my salary comes from sewer fee.
So if I can use the example, looking at your salary, so if I was to look at the finance report for the city employees,
there would be a breakdown.
Your salary,
yeah.
I should also add on.
No, not to add on. The breakdown of that salary, you would see it is funded from various different funds. That's what it is. Meaning the sewer rate would fund a portion of a staff salary.
All right, so there's an allocation so do you record your time as you go through to each of these activities?
We don't record for every day, but it is an overall assumption of, okay, this is the percentage that I allocate my time to this particular fund.
So how could I, if I was to do an audit, how would I review those costs and how
our finance
money requested here, in addition to the general expenditures for salaries and such, and putting those together, how would I be able to figure that out?
Those details you could ask our finance director. They could provide our auditors. They get to see that. Yes.
Thank you. Okay, so if we could look at page 24 of the PDF. This is the next to last question, by the way. We do have, of course, it's very cool in here, though. Spend all night. So this figure is interesting. But anyway, this is an observation, so this will make it easy, I guess, in the sense of you don't have to respond. So figure 1 is a neighboring rate comparison for annual sewer rates. It's interesting to note that the higher cost sewer rates used for comparison, so that's everything to the right of, where's Pinole? Pinole's right there in the middle, as we said earlier. So everything to the right, those areas are all in San Francisco, Marin, and Sonoma counties, except for Rodeo. I think Rodeo's in there. And then everything to the left is Contra Costa, Alameda, and Solano counties. And then most concerning to me, I guess, is the city next to us, Hercules. Their annual sewer bill, it's only 60% of Pinole's as it's projected for next year. And then, alarmingly, the Steege Sanitary District, which is second one in, which serves El Cerrito, Richmond Annex, they're going to be 40%. They are 40% of Pinole's proposed bill for next year. 40%. So I know we use the argument of older cities, requirements, and things, but El Cerrito's been around. Hercules, brand new, baby. Brand new? No, 30, 40, but you know what I mean, but relatively. So it's just something to think about here. So Pinole's proposed rate increase is starting this year is 18%, which will be another 8, and then followed by another 18%, then another 15%, and then another 15%, which is a compounded increase of 111% over 5 years. Resulting in Pinole, if we were to, now I realize this is 1 year, 2025, but if we were to look at what's going to happen, and we're not going to look at all the others moving necessarily, but by the end of this period, we'll be off the chart. But just conceptually, I'm just trying to, that's the way to think about it, I think. I mean, yes, mathematically, we could do another analysis in a couple of years, but this is where we're headed. Anyways, last item, if we could look at page 27 of the PDF. So figure 2 is the projected 5-year rate path for single-family residences. So per the figure, by 2028, which is less than 4 years, or 4 years from now, every single house and family house in Pinole will be paying, we're not even talking businesses, but single-family houses, will be paying, just to be clear, $1,861 or so. Up from the current, if you were to look at your current bill, it would be $883. So that $1,861, and I just came to mind, I just thought, well, that's basically the amount of money I'm gonna have to pay per year to flush my toilet, in essence. So that's 100, and I broke it down. This is crazy, but it's easy enough to divide by 12. But for $55 a month, almost $160 a month to flush my toilet. Keeping in mind, as I flush my toilet, that the city of Hercules is paying only a third of that, or about $50 a month. Historical increases in this, as I mentioned earlier, in the residential sewer rates have been 7% per year for 30 years, from 1991 to 2023. And now Pinole is proposing a 111% increase over 5 years. Pinole's proposed sewer rate increase is way too high and will be a burden on the residents and businesses of Pinole in perpetuity. But as you said earlier, I know it's only 5 years, it can be adjusted. I would hope it might, but as it is today, my assumptions in my lifetime, things usually don't, oh yeah, we're gonna bring that back down. And most importantly to me, I mean, we talk a lot about affordable housing. You hear about affordable housing, let's put an ADU. You know, we need to have more affordability in the whole state, Bay Area, Pinole. 111% increase does not contribute, in my mind, to affordable housing. You know, if one's not a homeowner or a business in Pinole, the cost will still be on those renting. As a landlord, you say, well, I'm not absorbing, I'm gonna pass that on to your rent. I have to have it paid for somehow, unless it's rent control. But that's the way to think of it. Everyone's gonna have to absorb a cost here additionally. And I'm not saying to be zero, I'm not saying, but historically it's been 7%. So that's why, yeah, maybe next year it'll be 10 or 12, but then this is 18, 15, that's the concern. So my point is, let's try to make Pinole more affordable for everyone by at least reducing the proposed sewer rate increase. Thank you, Sanjay. I appreciate you putting up with all this.
No problem. Thank you.
Excellent presentation. Great detail. Thank you. Sanjay, did you have enough time for one?
Yeah, no, please, go ahead.
Thank you for accommodating the time. So I just had a couple of brief questions. So when we're looking at this rate increase, right, you talked about how the majority of the projects are really attributed for rehab, right? So when you look at the sewer rate study, one of the comments that was mentioned is right now we have an increased O&M cost because of our overflow spills, right? Let's just throw a number out there. Let's say that increases operating costs by 10%. Just as a random throw a number out there for discussion standpoint. How much do you think by doing this rehab and fixing our I&I, do you think it's wouldn't it compensate for some of those increased O&M costs over time that you're seeing?
It would.
Okay.
Definitely it would, because the amount of money we're spending for this, it would actually decrease our operation costs at the plant, because during heavy storm weather, our plant actually receives almost 6 to 7 times the normal dry weather flow.
It's rated capacity.
Which is ridiculous. It's if that reduces our operating costs, pump cost, energy cost, those things will go down. So,
okay.
But that is not accounted for. I can't account for right now, because that's not how it is in real life.
But I'm sure as you were developing the program, right,
Yeah.
you had to justify a return on investment for payback, right? You know, I spend $8 million on this job, and over the next pipe will last 50 years or 60 years, but I'll make my money back in operation costs in 10 or something.
Yeah.
Just arbitrarily
Yeah.
conversing, right?
Yeah.
So I think it'd be probably prudent, as kind of trying to do what's best for the ratepayer, to figure out how to accommodate some of those returns, if you will, right? To use those millennials references there. But kind of more importantly, that's tied to this indirectly, the master plan highlights about 12 million over the first 5 years. It sounds like you're compressing some of the projects to try and get that 27 million level of work done. And so there was a couple points to that I wanted to make. First is, does the city typically hire construction management for all of the projects that are currently programmed, or does internal staff handle that?
If it's a smaller project and we have staff time, say I can give an example. The Pinole phase 1 that we just completed, we didn't hire any construction management staff. It was internal staff we did. No construction management. But the designer was, it's a different consultant who completed the design. So we hired that. But bigger project, the next project is a bigger project, which is a $5 million project. And we definitely don't have the staffing ability internally. We have to hire construction management staff
to support that. But the project you just did was $8 million, though.
That we are going to do. Total project cost is $8 million. That's what is budgeted.
Right.
But the actual construction contract which we awarded is about 4.98, say $5 million for the phase 2. Phase 1 was about $1 million.
So right now you're basically thinking about augmenting staff by having construction management staff and inspection and
inspection, material testing, and all that. Yeah.
Okay, that makes sense. The other part that I was thinking about is, I think somebody made a comment earlier about right now it's all the projects are to be paid for in cash. There's no assumption that there's going to be any bond measures, and we're trying to make sure that the city is in a comfortable position to access capital. And I think in the rate study, it goes up to having a factor of like 5 by year 2029. Is there anything driving besides feeling comfortable for having that access to capital? Is there concern that there's some other permitting requirements that are coming in from the state for wastewater treatment that you're trying to maintain access, capital access for?
No, I mean, city has many other needs. Our streets are actually
right, but this is for wastewater, right? So I understand that the city as a whole needs other needs, but what I'm getting at is right now your master plan focuses on rehab and rehabilitation. Sounds like the water board's really paying attention to that. But that's just a portion of what you're obligated to fulfill for treatment, right? There's still regulation that needs to be maintained for nutrients and making sure we're not having any three-eyed fish in the bay, right?
Yeah, that part is actually, those regulations are coming on everybody. If you have known, if you're following the regulations, I think the nitrogen nutrient removal is a big issue right now, and that regulation is going to be law pretty soon. That is, everybody is trying to fight it. That could increase our cost of the plant significantly. Even we are hoping that it won't, because most of our plants is pretty new. So our cost will be very minimal, but our neighboring cities, they may have a huge cost for that too.
But in terms of our program right now, the 30 million, 27 million that you're going to spend over the next 5 years, none of that money is accounting for any potential additional regulation.
No.
Right.
No.
Is it a city policy to pay everything in cash?
No, it is, city council can decide to go. If they wanted to keep the reserve, they can decide to go and get a bond.
And from a CIP standpoint, are you guys if you're not going to pursue bonds, are you pursuing additional grants and federal funding through
loans?
Yeah,
loans sometimes, and just
sometimes, or because you could qualify all these projects with you could qualify some of these. Let me rephrase. You can quantify some of these projects to go after funds through, i.e., water board, through SRF or
just the SRF is
right.
only source where we can actually get loans from.
Right. So,
but we have to pay interest and over a period of time.
Sure, but again, goes back. I forget. I think the person before me was talking about whether you went for a bond or you went through some other finance. Right. What's the best way to put this? It would share the load, right?
Yeah.
I know. I look like I have cash, but believe me, there's holes in my pockets. It's at this point, everybody's getting bled dry, so to speak, right, due to inflation. Okay. So there's no city policy for maintaining projects cash on hand.
Yeah.
And would it be fair to say that that generally council looks to the CIP group for a recommendation in terms of being fiscally prudent and responsible for implementation of the program, and wouldn't necessarily, in the best interest of the public, you wouldn't want to place the entirety of the burden on, let's say, all the individuals in this room for 27 million worth of work. That's what the rate study is saying, right? But it just seems that it's not in the best interest of the public.
That's correct. That is why I kind of have few options for council to look at, and which I presented just as my slides to show that what we have seen all the public comments, we have heard from that. So just to reduce the burden, what we can do and how much we can achieve CIP. So I'm going to be giving those options to council to review and decide on which path to take.
So could you bring up your options one more time? Sorry, I know we're dragging on 9 o'clock and I have to put a kid to bed, but I think it's probably prudent.
Just going to put the summary.
Yeah, and if let's go as an example, just the page before this, your option D, with your 8% increase. So I'm going to jump back and forth a bit here. So in this option, you're proposing 8% increase, a constant 8% increase, and then there's always the option of reassessing the rate study. I guess it'd be 2028 at the earliest,
2029. Yeah.
Well, generally rate studies, I think in the
5
report, it's 3 to 5. You have the
Yeah.
option at 3, right?
Yeah.
If you saw that the capital program was severely escalating due to construction costs or nutrient removal or whatever, you could come back at 3 years and say, hey guys, we are burning money like nobody's business, and we're reaching out for bonds, we're reaching out for additional capacity. Here are the reasons why we need the money. And I'm sure everybody here would probably be receptive to trying to hear why we have to do something like that over a 17% increase. But my point here being is, when we're looking at the again, the CIP expenditures, right? So 8.2 million, you know, the FY25 fiscal year, that started today, right? Or I guess yesterday.
Yep.
Right. So that 8.2 million is spent, but you've basically drawn that money and you've put it into account and said, this money is going to sit in this bank account and we're only going to use it to pay this construction project, and it's probably in a high yield interest at 5%, and that's all been incorporated in this at 8.5?
No. I mean, city invests whatever. So we have, say, right now, our fund balance for this is roughly about $23.5 million for this.
True. I hear you there, but
Yeah.
I think the point is, right now, I guess yesterday, new fiscal year started, the board or the city council already approved 8.5 million. So we've taken that money and we've said, it's here. We're putting it in a separate bucket. Nobody touched this because this is for my pipe that's broken.
That's right. And yeah.
So that money is going to sit in the account, and as invoices come and get processed, you'll pay for it, and you know it'll make a couple points in the market, right?
Yeah.
So I guess that's the part where I'm appreciative of the work that's been put in, but I think there needs to be just a little bit more effort in this, because there's these little, it's not necessarily the big thing. I think as a whole, if you need to spend $28 million worth of construction to bring us into compliance, so we're not generating three-eyed fish in the bay, I think that's fair. But I don't think it's fiscally responsible to just say, we're going to pay this all cash. I have yet to meet somebody that's willing to spend $28 million in straight cash and not even consider financing. It's a tremendous amount of initial capital to spend, especially when, you know, you have all the justification, it's just scattered everywhere. So I think as a resident, it's just, I shouldn't necessarily have to look through 4 different documents to get to the answer. And then I think at least for myself, in my case, had I known you had other options in the beginning and had sent a flyer or email, right, then as a resident, I think it would be a bit more of I would have come here thinking, wow, these guys are working to try and make this tough financial decision. I'm appreciative of that. But as a resident now, I need to figure out what input do I need to give you to help the city council get to something like this, instead of, no, don't raise my rate, right? And it's just the type of perspective is a little different. So I think if I were to kind of take a step back and summarize, right, I appreciate the rate study. I whatever that capital cost ends up being, 28 million over the next 5 years, I think that's great. You figured that out. I don't think the rate study comes across as if you're trying to account for the entire 60-year or the 61 million over the next 40 years. I don't think that's fair and representative of what you're trying to do. And I think being able to do what we need to do, but not have to necessarily, I'm having a tough time identifying what the priority is, right? Because you at the beginning of this meeting, you told us we needed to spend 28 million just to make sure we're okay. but you gave us an option D that says, actually, you know what? We don't need to do 28 million. We can do 18 million and we can get by. And then that would give you the opportunity to say, hey, guys, we had an emergency. We need a special bond or some special financing to help cover the next 10 million when it comes up in, I don't know, 2027 or 2028. I just think it's just the matter of how to plan it, if you will, so it's a bit more understandable.
No, understood.
Okay. That was it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening. I'll be brief. I just have a few points to go over here. First off, in terms of access to this information for the public, will the video from this event and the presentation that was presented earlier be available on the city's agenda page under the other public workshops category like past workshops have been? Because when I looked earlier, there wasn't anything there for that.
I think we can make it available, yes.
Great. And then the second point I wanted to bring up was related to the prior speaker's argument of basically how best we balance paying for everything up front versus paying for it over time. Because I think a lot of the reason why the rate increases have just been 7%, 7%, 7% is because we haven't done the longer term analysis to do the master plans to see, okay, these are the bigger issues we need to deal with. These are the lines we need to fix. These are expenses we need to pay. So the future rate projections are always, well, we're just going to do this estimate based on a reasonable rate, and we're not going to know what the actual longer term costs are. We aren't going to know what the root issues are because we aren't going to look at it. But the city finally looked behind that veil when it did the sewer master rate study. So now it can't plead ignorance and say, oh, well, things are just going to increase by a standard rate. It sees with all these projects in Table 3, these are all the things we need to do. And we could set some of them aside if we wanted to go for option D or option A or option C or whatever. But then we would be doing things like, for example, not doing the lower tenant sewer truck capacity, or not doing a boiler replacement, or not doing a water pollution control plant lab remodel. And that's leaving aside entirely the question of the future projects. I think it's a reasonable point that a fair amount of the cost estimates here are linked to the outside of time scope area of post 2029, and that's perhaps skewing the values a bit. I think it might be worthwhile to just map it out, accounting purely for the 25 through 29 area, and see how that might adjust the values. But I'd also note on the same page that Table 3 is on, if you go down to 2.3.3 debt service, that the city is required to have a minimum debt service coverage ratio of 1.25 times, which means that the city must have at least $1.25 in net operating revenues for every $1 of debt service they are committed to pay on existing debt. So if we take on debt, we still need to have revenues to cover that debt and more again besides. And that's leaving aside the questions of the current interest rates in the market and how practicable it is to actually take on debt right now compared to, say, it would have been in 2020. It's going to be relatively harder to take on debt right now because of higher interest rates. It's likely to remain that way for some time. So we could maybe lower the immediate impact by shifting some of those cash costs into bond costs, but those costs would still be there. Those costs would still impact the city's, debt service coverage ratio. So we're still going to have to pay that 1.25 at a minimum. And the city's said, ideally it wants to have 1.5, like it's sort of a longer term goal. So it's like the city's reserve overall, if you're looking at the budget. And I know this is a bit of a tangent, so I'll be brief with it. When we want to have a 50% reserve, that means every time the city wants a new expenditure that needs to be paid, that needs to be offset by the reserve, we don't just need to set aside the amount of the expenditure. We need to set aside that amount and then half again to cover its reserve cost. So when we're increasing our debt service ratio, we're maybe paying a little bit less on the front end, but not as much as you might think, because that's also offset by the debt service coverage ratio, whether it's 1.25 or 1.5, depending on how the city wants to calculate it. So I just want to highlight for everybody here that even if the immediate cost might be lower, it's maybe by not as much lower as you think it would be, because the city still has to account for the debt service cost ratio over time, not just the immediate debt cost. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, we have an online. Okay. Take them.
I'm going to keep it real short. I'm happy with coming back and sitting down. This will be real quick. Oh, thank you. Very tall person before me. Two things. One of them, because I was concerned that you're paying for PG&E to relocate, you should take a look at whatever kind of franchise fee agreements are, because that seems unusual. Second of all, the annual sewer bill comparing to adjacent cities. Can you bring that up real quick? Because we've looked a lot at that. There is some really incorrect information on there.
So I know there's probably a monthly and annual. There's a mistake there, but I'm not sure what. Give me a minute.
So I can go and start talking about it. So the cities of the Stige Sanitary, City of Alameda, those costs are artificially low because East Bay Mud provides their treatment. So that is only about half the fees that they pay. So they are actually a little higher, more consistent with what City of Pinole is overall. City of San Francisco is a combined sewer. It does sewer, storm and sewer. So what we're saying is over 5 years, the cost of Pinole is going to be higher than San Francisco, which is actually two different systems. So that's a pretty significant difference. Beyond that, I have a kind of a prepared speech, but I'll leave that be, and I'll just email City Council. Thank you.
Okay.
Hello. I just would like to say that I've been a resident for over 20 years in Pinole, and in order for me to get a loan here 20 years ago, it requires 3 people to live here. So I still have a mortgage to pay with 3 people in 3 incomes, and still hard. So the increasing, I don't mind if you increase $10, $20, but $200 every year is outrageous. I don't have that type of raise. And I work also for the city of Berkeley. And we're fighting to even get 3% increase. And you guys are proposing to get the increase annually? It's outrageous. They also mentioned, this report is very technical. So the questions that they brought here they were really prepared. Thank you for doing that. And I know that the few people that are here are talking for the whole city. And we love coming here. I liked this city, and that's why I'm here. And some of the common questions and responses, where was this provided, or where could we go and provide those things? Is it on the website? Is somewhere on the City of Pinole website? Or how do you get those questions?
Oh, no, questions were really harvested from the social media interactions that city staff just gathered to. There's a lot of common questions, and we thought we would provide some response to those.
Okay. You also mentioned that the city council decide how to increase or decrease fees. Do you guys meet at all to say, hey, we're going to decrease fees for Pinole because they're paying so much at all? You guys just need to increase things. And there are things that, yes, it requires, but now we're going to pay for things that they should have done 50, 20, 30 years ago. And now we're paying for all these repairs. Yes, they're required, but you're going to start seeing that businesses probably going to move away, and people might not be able to go to those businesses. So you will start going to lose a lot. If you're increasing, that's what is going to start happening. I'm not going to, go to the events here in the city anymore because I have to pay now for an extra rate that is required and needed. And you also were mentioning about the options that you have A, B, C, and D or anything. I like that proposition. It would be great if also the letter that it was sent was a little bit more explanatory on those things. It's just, it scared me. That's why I'm here. I usually don't come here. But it would have been also good maybe for other residents to be or pay more attention. Maybe they have, in a way that the letters that were sent, they were not really in a way that we can see it better, that it is important for us. So it will be good, like you send those reports, color reports that are so expensive. They could have also put it in a way that is more the colors better in order for us to respond and to be part of this. In here, unfortunately, I cannot attend the July, is it 19?
16.
16. Because I'm not here at this, I'm going on a trip, but I'll definitely going to pass the word around, and hopefully a lot of residents are here to speak up, because it's concerning. So that's all I had to say. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening. First of all, I'd like to thank our mayor, Maureen Toms, and Janet Wilkes for putting this town hall meeting together. Otherwise, it never would have happened. You would have had 3 minutes at the next council. That would have been it. So thank you for that. I, too, was concerned that the mailings took place with a $1,000 increase before all of it has really been discussed at the council. And am I to assume that what you've shown us tonight has yet to be presented to the council?
That is correct. Most of the sewer presentation, the very first one you saw, that was presented to the council. Council has seen that on May 21st. But the other options, what I showed today, that was not presented to the council.
Yeah, and that's very unfortunate that they didn't have more than one option at the time that they first did see it. It's nice that it's here now, because I think July 16th might be a bit of a different meeting if they want to look at something more reasonable. The other reason I'm speaking is about the way the budget is put together. As people have said, you've got to look here, you've got to look there. I asked for the budget, I got the revenue. And when I asked for the expenditures, I was told it was in Public Works. We used to have a budget that was line item description and would take you all the way out, much like we have for our general fund. And it should be an exclusive budget for the sewer. It was also divided in between the operations, the plant operations, and it was very self-explanatory as to what Hercules was paying and why. It showed the number of employees, the benefits, everything that went along with it. And I would say that that would be not only less confusing, but I don't think people would have some of the concerns that they had here tonight, or at least could address them differently had it been a line item budget that they could see. I do also think that you should be prioritizing the different projects you want and a complete description. And I haven't seen that. I've seen that you have projects here and you have projects there, but just it shouldn't be that difficult to create a paper that says these are the budgets, these are the priorities, these are the descriptions of what's going to happen. And I know one of them has to do with replacing the mains. That wasn't even touched on tonight, the difference between a 24-inch main and 18-inch main, why they would be necessary, what streets they would be on. None of that has even been discussed, and I think that that would be of interest to people as well. I know someone who owns a condo, and evidently they had to go through, I'm not clear whether they lined the mains or they had to replace them, and it was a city project, I'm assuming, or coordinated, obviously, with the city. They each were assessed an additional $5,000, and I think it had to do with the lateral. So my question is, if you're replacing and lining mains, and you discover some homeowners have some issues with their laterals, now they're going to be subject to having to replace those at the same time that the new mains go in?
So the current projects what we have in plans, so we reach out to the residents along that line to say that if they wanted to review their laterals and replace that, so we also have a line item in the contract for our contractor to provide them a price, and it can be done at the same time. So we send the letters to all the residents along the main line that we are replacing.
But would it be mandated that they replace them either through the city or by themselves? Just like when you sell a home, it's mandated one way or the other. Would it be that same type? If you discover they've got a bad lateral that's creating a problem for the city through the I&I just because it's not connected or it's whatever the reason may be, are you going to require the resident at that time to make that replacement, whether you do it or they do it?
We would, yes. Our city ordinance allows us to actually verify that and mandate them to complete on their own or through the city.
Okay, so I think people should be aware of that. While it is outside of their annual cost for their sewer, they should definitely be aware of the fact that there may be additional cost as these programs go forward outside of just the sales of a home. And I don't know how you would recover those costs. So I would just like to see a budget defined better than what it is, where people aren't searching. I would like to see a full list of the project and its descriptions. And actually, because I'm a pessimist somewhat, some people know, because you say, well, you put it in an account and save it for when the project comes up. That hasn't always happened in the past, because I was part, and I'll repeat it, and you've heard it, where we put aside money for only pension increases in a 110 trust. And the past city manager used that money for all increases in pensions. For new people coming in, we'll just pay their pensions out of it, and it has decreased substantially. So what I would like to see, if in fact this goes forward, a resolution establishing that this money is for projects, that it's only for engineering, design, project management, and the actual construction. Because otherwise, and I'm not being insulting on this, Sanjay, but if right now you're getting 25 of your salary attributed to the sewer, when a project comes along, it's not uncommon for you to say, well, I'm spending 15% more of my time, even though there's a project manager. Because I was on the council when we did the entire upgrade, and that was managed so well through the project manager that the director of Public Works had very little time. I think they attended maybe an hour a week to a meeting to ensure that project was on time and at budget, and I think perhaps maybe 3% of the contingency was used. If you want to look at an example of a project that worked before you open a big can of worms and try to redefine it, please go back. Thank you.
Thank you. Dave, the person online, if you want to speak. Nobody?
Yes, I would like to speak.
Okay, please go ahead.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes, my name is Tony Gutierrez. I was unable to come to tonight's meeting because of automobile issues. So I'm glad I have the opportunity. I wasn't aware of the Zoom meeting until slightly later. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to actually read into the record an email that I sent to you this morning, Mr. Mishra.
Yes, I got it.
Unfortunately, I will not be able to attend a workshop tonight on the sewer rate study. I do, however, have a few questions. I have followed the sewer facility upgrade from the very beginning. In fact, I advocated for the appointment of a project manager for 3 years prior to project manager, i.e. Carollo, being assigned to the task because I could see that project management by consensus does not work. I'm fully aware of the delays in the upgrade, which allowed the price to skyrocket to circa $10 million. The total shared cost with Hercules for the wastewater upgrade, then Assistant City Manager Hector De La Rosa indicated that the program sewer rate increases through 2023 were sufficient to pay back the state for the Pinole loan for the upgrade. As you know, Hercules has their own loan from the state for their 50% of the upgrade costs. Also, since residents of Hercules are not seeing any increases in their annual sewer rates anywhere to the extent of the rates being proposed in the study, it seems that the proposed rates are due primarily to the collection system as opposed to the wastewater facility itself. This can also be surmised by the report done by Carollo Engineering, which speaks to the upgrades to the collection system, which explains why Hercules will not be sharing in cost of these improvements. As you know, many residents, users, / commercial properties do not use the Pinole Hercules wastewater facility and therefore are not subject to the increases in rates outlined in the sewer rate study. Granted, these other Pinole citizens and businesses use the Richmond wastewater facility and therefore are not included in the sewer rate study. This begs the question of whether or not these users within the Pinole city limits are using the collection system, which obviously is part of the rate increase study. I have prepared a number of questions which address these issues. Both the sewer rate study as well as the legal notification, Proposition 218, seem to gloss over the numbers on the collection system and its utilization by those residents and businesses that use the Richmond wastewater facility for the disposal and treatment of their waste. I would greatly appreciate it if you can address my questions attached herein with actual numbers and percentages. So now I'm going to go on and I am going to read the questions. Question number 1, what is the percentage of Pinole residential / commercial customers within the Pinole city limits that do not use the Pinole Hercules wastewater facility? Question number 2, the sewer system indicates that only Pinole customers that utilize the Pinole Hercules wastewater facility are included in the sewer rate study. Also, the notice of public hearing indicates that the city wastewater department provides for the collection of sewage within, in parentheses, it says a major portion of the city limits, with wastewater conveyed to the Pinole Hercules water pollution control plant for treatment and disposal. What is the percentage of the streets within the city limits that do not send wastewater for treatment at the disposal of the Pinole Hercules water pollution control plant? In other words, does this rate study include streets within the collection system of customers that do not use the Pinole Hercules water pollution control plant for treatment and disposal? Let me reiterate that. In other words, does the rate study include streets within the collection system of customers that do not use the Pinole Hercules water pollution control plant for treatment and disposal? If so, what is the percentage of streets, i.e. the collection system, within the city limits of Pinole for those wastewater customers that do not use the Pinole Hercules wastewater pollution plant? That was a long question number 2. Question number 3. For those residents / customers that do not use the Pinole Hercules wastewater plant, whose collection system is contained in this rate study, where is the rate increase scheduled for these users? In other words, for those residents / customers that use the Richmond wastewater facility and use the Pinole city limits collection system, what is the increased rate schedule for these users? Currently, these users have a line item on their property tax bill for the Richmond wastewater facility only. Will these users be assigned a second line item on their property tax bill for the collection system improvements outlined in the report by Carollo Engineering? Question number 4. On figure 1 on page 24 of the comprehensive sewer rate study, I'm having trouble interpreting the solid red line indicating the average monthly bill of $1,060.05. Please advise. I believe you already addressed question number 4 earlier, so we could leave that one out. Thank you very much for your consideration, and if you have the answers now, I would greatly appreciate it. And if you do not, I wish that you could please send me these numbers. Thank you.
Thank you, Tony. I don't have the answers for the percentages and the details of the residents and who are actually being serviced by West County. And I can, once I find out, I can send those to you. But I don't have those answers right now. And I believe your questions to this, there was a typo in those red lines. It just said monthly. That's supposed to say actually annual fees in that report.
Right.
Thank you. Well, do you want to speak? Okay.
I'll be brief.
Thank you.
Mayor Toms, for the work you did to facilitate this meeting tonight. Thank you to the 3 council members who have attended tonight. We appreciate that the 3 of you came. Mayor Toms, Council Member Martinez Rubin, and Council Member Tave. We appreciate you attending tonight and hearing our concerns. I had a lot of questions, but most of them have been presented already, and I have just one: is that is there confidence that this entire proposal meets Proposition 218 requirements? I did a novice reading of Prop 218, and it seems to call for a sunset on fees, and it also seems to call for a separation of fees from ongoing services and capital projects. And at least from my reading of the proposal, it looks as those things have been combined, and those 2 issues, the combination of fees and the lack of a sunset, at least on my read, does not look like it complies with 218. So I just want to voice those concerns. It probably takes the entire council to make that determination, but I would like that to be looked at, please. And then the other question I have is just sort of a process thing, is all of the questions that have been posed tonight and concerns, are those responded to at some point, or sort of absorbed by the room, or how does that process work?
So the council is going to, as you know, council members are present in the audience today, and they will also be looking at this as a public hearing on July 17th. So council has the authority to actually finally provide a direction to staff and which sewer rate to adopt. They can decide not to increase, they can decide any of the options, they can decide what is being presented as the sewer study rate. So they would provide direction to staff during that meeting on July 16th.
So July 16th, yeah, I think you said 17. So by voicing my concern about compliance with 218, how do I know that concern gets forwarded?
I will have our city attorney review that. If that is our process is in compliance with 218, I believe our consultant Chris, they also review that. They follow this 218. They do all this, and they can confirm whether any of the elements are out of compliant, and we can respond to back.
Thank you. And then just one last thing. I don't know that if it was intended that the ballot that is placed on the table at the back of the room here, if it was intended that be enclosed in the mailing back in May, it was not.
No, it was not intended, because we heard that there are so many protests coming, so I prepared one to make it easy for people to fill it in.
Thank you.
That was the reason.
Thank you.
Okay.
So as the other said, I want to thank everybody for all this information. I had a lot of questions and not nearly as many as all these speakers have answered. So I only have one comment at this point. I'm really, really disappointed that this information came out at what I would call the last minute and came out in such a manner where the fee increase went into effect yesterday, theoretically, assuming the council approves it. And we weren't really given enough information to absorb why this was happening. The mailer was sorely lacking, as has been noted before. So the real question I have is, why such late notice? Why wasn't this done, months ago with an effective date of July 1st, based on approval by the city council in April or May? And it's like, it's a done deal. The council will listen to whatever they want to listen to on the 16th. No disrespect meant to any of the members of the council today. But you've said it's going to be effective July 1st. And the council probably will say, well, we need to do it because we need to get the money coming in. And so we can't wait another year to do this. So that's my comment. I think the timeline was just sorely lacking. Not professional. I don't know whose responsibility it is, but somebody should be held accountable for not getting this thing to the citizens in what I would call an effective and a timely manner. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening, everybody. I did also start coming to the sewer treatment project at the beginning. There's a few former mayor and council members who were there at the committee, and with Hercules. My question is, I thought from the very beginning that Pinole owned the plant. Is that true?
No.
Who owns it?
City of Pinole and City of Hercules. Okay. Both of us are owners.
I misunderstood that way back when, because I thought that's what was told to us. And the other thing that I'm concerned about is, I agree with everybody here. A lot of this is information that's just shoved down our throat, not very detailed. I think that the deadlines, yes. The public can't even come out here. Look at how many are here. More are out there talking. And in my opinion, we've only had, I think, one meeting this year with a treatment with Hercules and Pinole, right?
That's correct.
Okay. So that says a lot about what's going on. I think we need to step it up, get better with this, make sure that something like this doesn't happen again, because I feel the pinch just like everybody here. I just don't want to throw anybody under the train, because I know you guys are new. More than 90% of staff is new, but there's no reason why the taxpayers have to hurt by this, because we're the ones that pay this, not you. We pay you guys out here. And the council members and also the mayor, hey, get on the ball. This is not fair for us to have this down our throats, okay? So I'm sorry, a lot more detail. There were some 40-some pages on the website. I couldn't make copies of it. I don't know why there weren't any copies out here for us to read and follow up. Fine print, I couldn't read it. I mean, Sanjay, this is not throwing you under the bus, but I just want to explain. We got to do better. Okay?
Okay.
And sooner than later, and much more than this. And it has nothing to do with the mayor and council. It has to do with the staff. We need to do better in communicating to the public. Thank you.
Thank you. Good evening, Sanjay. It's a pretty good presentation tonight. I think what was even better was the audience and their questions tonight. I saw a lot of potential tonight of people that are digging deep and wanting to know, and that's a beautiful thing. My name's Peter Murray, and I had a lot to do with this. This is actually 30 years ago was what got me involved with the city back then, and it was over what I believed was issues with open-ended financing for the treatment plant at that time, and contractors in particular coming back for increases to their contracted work that they were performing. But on this today, what I was looking at and thinking about was one of the things that I learned in planning when I first started on the planning commission here in the city, and that was the little planning jewels that all new construction eventually becomes detrimental to the services provided in the city. And when I say detrimental, I don't mean badly. I just mean that their costs overwhelm their ability to pay for the services that the city does provide, i.e., police and fire and public works and et cetera. So and that's usually about a 12-year period of time when they start balancing out. So you have a brand new construction of homes in one corner of the city, and everybody's wow, and look at all the money that it's bringing in. But the fact of the matter is that it's again a planning note that eventually that all catches up. So, and that's where we're at, I think, with what we're looking at here. I understand what you're looking at. Your CIP is based on the infrastructure and the infiltration into the existing, and that's been like that for a long period of time, and it's always needed to be addressed. But usually you plan these things out over a 20-year period or so that you replace all of that infrastructure. And now we're kind of looking at, let's get it done. And I'm thinking about that. But I'm also concerned about how we're being imposed upon by the state, demanding that we provide more housing and more housing and more housing. And yet this is one of the issues where we have a limited ability to address the infrastructure requirements because we're an older community, and our systems are built out, and our systems are wearing out, and et cetera. And the state's not doing us any favors. Once these new young people get involved with at the assembly level or the Senate level, they're coming in and mandating that you have to do these things without looking at every city individually. Our needs are not the same needs as San Francisco. Our needs are not the same needs as San Jose. We're Pinole, and we're a little city with limited financial abilities. And if they want us to take on greater population increases, they have to help us. They can't watch our hospitals leave. They can't watch us trying to maintain our streets when we're just a limited population, and our gas taxes are as equally limited to do that. So it goes on and on and on. The state bears a little bit of responsibility for some of these needs, and particularly when we build like that the senior housing project on San Pablo Avenue, and then we're talking about Fitzgerald Drive, building a monster project up there too.
that number of people concentrated in one area create a problem. And you might think, well, it's cars and parking. It's flushing the toilet too. When you get that many people flushing their toilets at the same time, and I know that you've been approached about this. There are people that are talking about single-family homes now that are multifamily homes on a single-family lot, and you've got all those people doing the same thing, flushing, and then there's areas where people can't use their toilets because of the system being overwhelmed. So it does need to be addressed, but we need to do some homework on all of this and address those issues as well. You know, you can't have, 5 families living in a single family home and then expect that, everything's going to be copacetic, going forward. And that's the thing that I see. I see there's detail that if we're going to address this need to replace all of the infrastructure, the piping infrastructure throughout the city, then let's address everything. And let's look at, what we really can afford to build out in this city and be able to exist where everybody has a healthy way of life. That made me think about, I just retired, gosh darn it, and my paycheck that I get from the federal government just doesn't cover things anymore. So, but I think, and I understand that as well as young families trying to make ends meet. But the point being is that once you start on this, I was thinking about the system, and if you're going to sleeve the system, that's what I'm surmising you're going to do. The entire system's going to be sleeved and expanded. You might not need the piping to be increased in size and causing a need for more invasive construction and all of that, because once you've sealed out all of that infiltration, the pipe may be adequate for the needs that we have today. And then again, if the state wants us to expand and increase our population, pony up the money. Don't tell me that we need to do this unless you're going to give us the funding in order to accomplish it. And then one of the things I do want to say is that I understand this, cash up front or bonding, and I've never liked bonding because I don't like paying for things over a longer period of time and watching all that interest go out, where that interest could be used to do something on other capital projects. However, when we did that treatment plant and we built the new plant there to meet the state mandates, and we got a loan. We did find a loan from the state at 2%, which was crazy good, and we built that plant and got it completed and met the mandated requirements and all that. Well, that's the kind of thing we should be looking at. And somebody mentioned it earlier, as to all of the agencies where we get that money from them and then we're paying it back, but we're paying it back in a bond. And the reason I do like a bond is eventually a bond ends. And when the bond ends, we should be seeing a little reprieve back in our pocketbooks because the bond has paid for the entire capital project, whereas, and this I think everybody will understand and agree with me, is once the government, and Pinole's the government in this case, increases a rate, very rarely do you ever, and I'll throw one more ever in there, see that rate go backwards, go into your pocket once everything is done. It's like that is it to perpetuity. I can't say. Look at me. I look like. Yeah, perpetuity. Thank you. I think I was running for president or something, huh? Yeah. But anyway, and that's my take on that, is that, if we could get bonding, it ends. Or if we're going to go into a system where the rates are increased while these projects are being done, that there's a caveat at the end, is that and those rates get reduced immediately, to well, I'll leave that date to you, but to the the rates that existed prior to those projects starting. But like I said, I've been around. I've seen how that works, and I think everybody else has too. You never see anybody going backwards on rates. So it has to be written, and somebody has to be around to remember it too. So, thank you. Those are my comments about it. Like I say, I understand what you're doing and why, but I think you need to button down all the little nuances of this that were mentioned tonight. I was plenty good research done on everything that was written up and everything, and those questions were absolutely good, and I hope they don't get lost in the process. Okay, thank you. Thank you for the opportunity.
So I'm going to wrap this up if there's no one more. Okay. There's one more online comment, and then I'm going to wrap this up. Thank you for your presence. Okay. Go ahead, Dave. Okay, thank you. Well, let's wrap this up then. We can get the comments later. Okay.
Hello?
Oh, okay.
Hello?
Okay, we can hear him. Yes,
Can you
please
hear
go
me?
ahead.
Thank you. My name is Anthony. I'm a senior citizen, longtime taxpayer of Pinole, over 40 years. I concur and echo the comments of the several of the last gentlemen speakers, if not all of them, and the ladies as well. Mr. Gutierrez, Mr. Menes, Miss Long, I believe, and several gentlemen in T-shirts. One was a dark T-shirt, like black, and the other one was a light one, light gray. But anyway, that being said, my concerns are, and I echo them like 200%, but my concerns about this was, first off, I'd also like to say I was, myself and others are very upset and disappointed about the type of mailing that went out at late notice that was unsettling for most taxpayers, homeowners, even businesses that I know of got at the midnight hour. And who approved that? I mean, to put out a mailing like that and not even attach a signature on it, whether it was one of the directors and or managers or mayor or council, is beyond me. And I don't know if that's what happens in every other small or major city in the Bay Area, but maybe that's so. As far as the mailing with Proposition 218, I think that they with no sunset clauses and taking this out to perpetuity as such, which as you know and we know, things don't get decreased like taxes and things over the years, and price of goods, etc., and services. They always seem to either stay the same or they get increased. So I think a full review of Proposition 18 should be done to make sure that the city of Pinole is in compliance with Prop 18. And as far as other things go, I'm a senior citizen. A lot of people I know are senior citizens. Besides myself, a lot of them are single-family homeowners. There's only one person usually, if not two at the most, to a household. And a good majority of them in Pinole are on fixed income. You know, this isn't Beverly Hills or Orinda as such. But that being said, they might be just lucky to get a Social Security check every month for a little over $1,000 or so, and that equates out to roughly 15% of their disposable income when you net it down after they have to pay taxes on their Social Security income. And that's beyond me to strap some poor senior citizen, single household with those kinds of monies. Also, I would like to see were these numbers with regard to types of households, whether they're single-family apartment owners, condominium owners, was that taken off some kind of a census report? And I think there should be a note to that effect, whether they use a census report or require some kind of a audit to fact check those numbers in terms of cost sharing between Hercules and Pinole primarily, and it might show us different numbers than we're speaking of. Case in point, in Hercules, there are a lot more space for build-outs with condominiums, apartments, and homes in the near future. Well, Pinole has pretty much hit their max with the latest projects on the board now. And also that I was told by various sources that roughly only 40% of the single family households in Pinole are on this wastewater treatment tax program. The other 40 or 50% are affiliated with West Contra Costa County municipal districts like Richmond, Sanitary, and another one in the county like Tara Hills. Nobody in Tara Hills, I don't think, is going to be on this assessment, and there are one or two other unincorporated areas of Pinole that aren't in this assessment. So why should single homeowners have to carry the burden and the load for everybody else in all of the Pinole, Hercules, and maybe parts of Rodeo even, with the wastewater treatment plant? And as far as the monies go, I think there should be to see if the city council and the city mayor and the city manager has investigated all other avenues for securing funding for this. Case in point, I think the fact that we're paying roughly $500,000 to the Contra Costa County Animal Shelter Services, which we no longer hardly get any services from them since they put the kibosh and closed down the only animal shelter in West Contra Costa. And also looking at the rental fees or charges to the Contra Costa Library Services for our public library. And there could be monies there to be had that should be investigated to get the funding for future years, if not this year. And as far as the cash versus the bond, I think, you know, they got people there that can crunch the numbers. The director of finance, I think she's in this meeting, or maybe not, but maybe they should do like a 80-20 or 70-30 plan with 80% or 70% coming from bonding issues that will have a sunset, and the other 20 or 30% max could come from cash or a tax base as such. So that being said, I will also want to close by saying that I think the fact that we're going to have a new city manager come in the next month, long overdue, that has experience and background in different things in terms of this matter and funding and seeking grants and other things in her past resume, that they should suspend the 618 decision and suspend the tax initiative for a minimum of 6 or 7 months until the new mayor comes in and gets her feet wet. So, the new city manager can come in and put her stamp of approval on this, and she's going to have to live with this and live with us and us with her for the next 5 years or in perpetuity, if we're still all alive. But I don't want to wish this on my children or grandchildren or any other people at an increase of 150% tax-based increase a year for perpetuity, et cetera, et cetera. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Could I just correct something I said? I want to acknowledge that that our interim city manager is here tonight, not Mr. Tave. I misspoke.
Thank you. Okay, thank you everybody for coming and participating in this. We will review all the questions and we'll include all this to our recommendation for the council to consider on July 16th. Appreciate your time.